Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to Councillor Briefing for the 29th of April. We have a few things on our agenda today, but first up we have a briefing on sister cities. And so I would, the process is that the Sister City Committee will come and present to us first, then followed by staff, and then we have plenty of time for questions of things that we might like to know from staff or the Sister City Committee. So both are available to answer questions in that space. So if I could please welcome the Chair of the Sister City Committee, Alison Rozanowski, to the table here. And if anyone else would like to join her to sit and support, that is also totally fine. Wonderful, Alison, you know the drill here, the right-hand button and the microphone will turn red.
Good morning all, and thank you for being here to talk about Selwyn Sister Cities. I have apologies today from many of our committee who are working or overseas or simply away, from Sumi Hawakawa-Buist, who is our Japanese liaison person, from Amanda Wright, from Bob Mugford, from Judith Pascoe, from Hugh Bigsby, from Lincoln University, from Lily Chen, from Karen Mears and Sarah Walters. And with us today we have Kelvin Coe, who was probably the first initiator of Sister Cities for Selwyn, along with Bill Woods. And we have Nick Cohen, who has an intense interest in Turaja with his Dutch heritage. Kelvin Payne, who is formerly Melbourne Community Board. Samantha Samuel, who over here, who is present Melbourne Community Board. We've all got something to say. Okay. Now, I'm presuming you've read our notes that we sent to you. So I'll start by simply saying, what's the purpose of Sister Cities? Sister City relationships carry the mana of this district. They succeed because they're people-to-people relationships, and they're driven by community, by volunteers, and enabled by the council. And that gives them credibility. Sister City people-to-people relationships enrich lives. Any of us who've been overseas to a Sister City or hosted guests in our homes have learnt a huge amount. The program's a structured low-cost one for the council and has multiple community outcomes. The relationships we have only have mana if they are council-to-council relationships. And that's really important. They have to be council-to-council relationships. The governance structure that we're seeking is that we are a formal committee of council that's governance enabled, community delivered, and not too heavy on staff requirements. What does the Sister City Committee need? We need secretarial and liaison support, and recently Therese has been that person for us. Financial administration. All of our accounts are done through the council. And communications assistance for website, for promotion materials, for material into council call. Kelvin.
Okay, from a financial model point of view, this is an international engagement delivered at minimal cost to ratepayers, with strong cost controls based on user pays principle. That is, all delegates, all committee members fund their own travel costs. So that in the past, over the last decade, has been a cost of $10,000 per year to ratepayers. In the most recent year, that was increased to $12,000. And there is a potential issue with that funding model in that the spending is not consistent every year because some of the arrangements are biannual. Sometimes there's a visit to Gandu maybe, other times there's a visit back here, and the costs are very fluctuating. So it would be good in any future financial model to be able to iron out those bumps and troughs so that we can actually function as a committee. Council funding is limited. Council has additional funding on top of that, which is hosting. So obviously being agreements with Mana around the world, we need to host it as Selwyn District Council and provide staff support to that hosting. Protocol, gifts and interpreters are also required for these sort of arrangements, particularly when they're here, and relationship management, just helping to ease those cogs and write official letters, etc. The total cost is modest and controlled through being delivered by a group of volunteers, some of which are here today, and we've got the homestay model where people are actually staying in each other's homes as well. That's both here and overseas. And we have partner institutions with ARA being very prominent, and also Lincoln. We actually have someone from Lincoln University who sits on our committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelvin. What value does the Sister City arrangement bring to the council? First of all, the community value of cultural exchange and understanding that strengthens Selwyn's identity and diversity and builds community pride. If you think of the anniversary events that we celebrate, there's huge numbers of people both from Selwyn and outside who attend. There is strategic and reputational value. The international profile linked to Riwi Ali is huge. And we work cooperatively with the Christchurch China Committee, Hiranui District Council, New Zealand China Friendship Society, the Riwi Ali Foundation of New Zealand, the Riwi Ali School, the Chinese Consulate, Global Cities New Zealand, Springfield Township Committee. For those events that we have in Springfield, there's a huge number of people involved. We also have relationships, obviously, with the Japanese Consulate and the New Zealand Ambassador to Indonesia, who regularly writes and asks, how are things going with the Toraja relationship? Remember, Toraja, we were the first area in New Zealand to have an Indonesian relationship. We have a long-standing relationship, obviously, with Shandong and Gansu Province. And I will point out that our positions are pretty outward and connected. In November 2024, Selwyn and Christchurch were invited to the China Friendly Cities International Conference, along with Grant Smith from Palmerston North, who's the Global Cities Chair. We were the only New Zealand councils there. I went representing Selwyn, and I paid my own way, as we always do. Economically, yes, some people will say, hey, Sister City should bring lots and lots of money. Our delegations coming in do spend on tourist activities, shopping, and some use hotels. There is potential for more trade and education partnerships always. But I don't know how many of you watched Country Calendar on Sunday night. I see some nods, and saw the family in Leeston with their boutique dairy factory. Ubetsu has a boutique dairy factory making yogurt and butter, and the family that do it, their daughter came to Darfield High School for 3 months on exchange. Now, there's a real opportunity for a link between those two businesses. When we brought Shandong last time to Selwyn, we took them to see sheep milking because, of course, sheep is their major livestock production in there. So there's not another opportunity. Of course, Riwi Ali took the first sheep to China from North Canterbury. And for Toraja, buffaloes are really important in their culture, and we have a buffalo farm in Hororata that makes cheese. So there are links that aren't always very obvious when we set up these relationships. So our key message really is, for a very small investment, the council enables a program that delivers cultural, educational and reputational outcomes that would otherwise be unaffordable. If the council had to pay for all of the things we do, it would be a huge cost to ratepayers. Moving through to the actual relationships, we talk about Shandan. Obviously, the historical connection with Riwieli is absolutely vital for that. And next year, we have the 130th anniversary of Riwieli's birth in Springfield. It's his Te Rangawaiwai. For the Chinese, that is absolutely vital. I've already been in touch with all of those other institutions to start to set up a joint steering committee, as we did for the 120th, which was a major event with people not only from New Zealand but from various parts of China. There are strong education links with ARA and Shandan interpreters, and we have an interpreter from Shandan arriving in September for 3 months, and ARA gives us free fees for that student, which is a huge amount of money that we've saved. And good links with Lincoln University. Our last year's Shandan interpreter was an agricultural teacher and very keen to go to Lincoln and to make contacts. The Shandan Bailey 80th anniversary next year is when a group from Selwyn must go with a keynote speaker we've been asked to take. Riwieli is part of the local history curriculum for many schools, and John Paul II High School in Greymouth have taken that as one of their NCA units of work and come across to Springfield, and we were asked to go up and help them learn more about Riwieli. Last year, unexpectedly for us, and this happens all the time, we were invited to the Chinese consulate along with the Hiranui and Christchurch to discover that there was to be a major celebration for the end of the Second World War in China, and it was to be based at Springfield. Now, our committee stepped up at quite short notice, and we catered lunch for over 120 people that day for multiple organisations. And again, the Springfield Township Committee are amazing. Springfield PTA came to our aid. Yes, we gave them some money for that, but these are the sorts of things that do happen. Now, Gansu Foreign Affairs every year offers someone in Selwyn a fellowship, and that is of a high value fellowship. It used to be 3 months when people like Robert went and Philip Miller. Then it has come down, I think, to 20 days, and the cost to the council's virtually nothing, some gifts and some business cards. They pay for the international travel. Our fellows pay for their own fares to Auckland and their own insurance and the huge health check that they need to do. Now, we've sent people from Cropmark, from Frontella, from Frizzell's Irrigation, Barenbrug Seeds. Lanzhou University have already been back to see Lily Chen at Barenbrug Seeds out on the old West Coast roads. We've sent council staff, and obviously we sent one councillor who's now your mayor. We also sent the chairperson of the Riwieli School in Christchurch. So the links there and the opportunities for people are huge. Nick and Calvin are going to talk about Taraja North. Nick. So.
Thank you. Well, my first taste of Toraja was here in Selwyn when it was 2019 a delegation came down here because they had asked for teachers to go over there to support their English teachers. The first funny thing for me was that they really were saying, "Oh, you have to come," because I was Dutch. It might seem strange, but always, if you're Dutch there, you got the head start. You've been invited everywhere. They asked for 3 teachers to come over there and train 80 English teachers in Toraja. Well, we balked at that. That's 80, that's way too much for us. We whittled it down to 30, at least it is a classroom full, and we could handle that. It was very successful. We spent a lot of time devising the program, but it worked very well over there. For 1 week we did the teaching, then the next fortnight we visited the teachers in their school to have a look at them, how they were doing, what they were doing, and afterwards have a chat about it, from what you can change, how we were teaching, what they could do, how the kids were, and all those things. So that was a very, very good way of getting through it. Afterwards, this thing that got voted or chosen as the best Sister Cities project in 2019. So that was a bit of a pat on the back. A teacher from Barana, this is a senior high school, came here in 2023. She came here to Selwyn. She spent a lot of time here at the college to see, not so much about the English teaching, I think, because she was proficient in English, but how we here in New Zealand do the school, how we run a school, how it is happening. And she spent most of the time here at the college, but visited, I think, all high schools here in the Selwyn district, one way or another. The result was that, of course, Nels had been a bit around, have a look around the district, because he stayed mainly at our place till I got COVID. She had to shift somewhere else, but that was all right. So in 24, we got an invitation of a teacher to go to Barana High School. And luckily, it was me who was allowed to go, or whichever way. Now, Barana High School, Toraja might be mentioned. Toraja is a mainly Christian area in Indonesia. I think 85% of the population is Christian in one way or another. So they are very careful about that. It was very much, what would I say, a very good idea. I really liked it. Just all the questions they ask about how you teach, and then I had go to the classes, teach them. I had in the afternoons, my office was the library. Every pupil who wanted to come could come in and ask questions, and it was very interesting to see what makes those pupils' ideas asking about. Mainly it was all about electricity. How are we making the electricity? And I thought, why? But because over there it was a problem. The school couldn't run the air conditioning because they had to run the computers. It was either the computers or the air conditioning, but not both. So there were questions about the irrigation schemes here and how we do things. And just lately, because I still got contact with a handful of teachers and students, at the moment Toraja is scratching their head because of El Nino. They're going to run into a drought. When there is a drought there, they can't grow the rice. So they're really getting scared about that. But I must say I was a bit advantaged there, because how strange it may seem, if people knew, I was always introduced as being Dutch. And all of a sudden, I'm straight in the door. Come in and have a coffee. So that is good. But they are very much people-to-people ideas. You know, some of them want to come here. I think the council is still asked again for coming here with the new mayor, which, by the way, I'm on first name calling with. I call him Fred. But they are very much interested in New Zealand. How do we do the electricity? How do we do the irrigation? By the way they seem to run it runs all nicely, but it is very borderline. It's only a little bit what has to change, and they're up shit creek, so to say. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You'll be wondering why Taraja, and it's a bit like, Rewe Alley was the
Sorry,
connection
Mr.
to
Cook.
China.
Yeah, thank you.
Rewe Alley was the connection to China. But in this case, the connection was through a farmers group in Canterbury who actually developed. I'm not going to go into all the background details. I'll tell you later if you want to. But that's where this came from. And I was part of that group, and it evolved from the New Zealand ambassador there suggested the Sister City link, and we brought it back and put it to council, and that's how it evolved. And it's developed from there, from being farmer to council to council. And this is where the relationship with the high school Barama had come about, and it's evolved into that. It's a very interesting place. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but it's a very different culture from any other of the sister cities we have. And that's what makes it so interesting, and that's what's the core of the sister city thing, is this people-to-people, understanding other cultures and the way they work, and getting that personal relationships that evolve over time. Initially, there wasn't the farmer contact, wasn't so much a person-to-person with the farmers, but we had a group there that we worked with. But it has evolved now into this person-to-person relationship with the sister city, with the school over there, rather. So that's how we come to be in Taraja. If you want to know any more about it, I'm happy to talk to you after.
Thanks, Kelvin and Nick. And we have had a request from the new Boo Party Mayor for a new MOU, and normally that would have been signed and done, and the group would have been here this year, and because of the situation we're in, that hasn't happened. And they have asked in the new MOU to look at horticulture and animal husbandry when they come, which we've done in the past, modern farming, livestock production, especially milk, meat and skin. And if you think about skin, we're talking about buffalo skin, obviously. But, that's things that we can, in fact, show them. Sustainable tourism. And last time a group came, we looked at tourism management and environment and waste management. And previously, the Selwyn staff have been amazing to show the visitors from Taraja how waste operates here, both recycling, sewerage, the whole lot. So, as well as obviously education at all levels.
Okay.
We'll move now to
Thank you.
Ubetsu.
So we are at 20 minutes now, and I note that, sorry Samantha, if we can make it quick on this one, because I want to allow Nicola to touch on any points, but I want to allow councillors time to be able to ask questions as well. So
If you allow me 2 minutes, I'll try and get through it in 2 minutes.
Wonderful.
Is that all right?
Done. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. I'm speaking on behalf of Melbourne Community Board, as Ubetsu Sister City is a delegation of the Melbourne Community Board. A friendship district agreement exists between Ubetsu and Selwyn District Council, which was agreed on the 14th of July 2000. This relationship exists with the Tawera Melbourne District and is facilitated by the Melbourne Community Board. This partnership reflects a commitment to building long-term international friendships, cultural understanding through people-to-people connections, and educational opportunities such as student exchanges. Darfield High School has a relationship with the schools in Ubetsu, and the International Department organises Ubetsu scholarship student exchanges of 3 months and short-term programs of 10 days. The Melbourne Community Board hosts the welcome when Ubetsu Sister City delegations visit Selwyn. At present, the role of the Melbourne Community Board is very high level. The board has a 3-year strategy plan in place and a 3-year strategy plan for Ubetsu Sister City as part of its delegation. The information that is on the review document is what Sister City Committee would like the board to take on. It is not currently in the 3-year strategy plan for MCB. If the MCB's role is to be extended, there will be extra costs to the board that will need to be included in our budget. In addition, administrative time for council will be needed. We would like to see a framework established that includes all sister cities that comes under council's oversight. We've also suggested for such a framework that could include a policy or terms of reference that is already in the briefing paper that you have. One has been drafted up and is available to councillors if you would like to see what that might look like. I'm happy to supply it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Mears couldn't come today and asked that a few of her words about Ubetsu were presented. She would like to emphasise the people-to-people relationships between Ubetsu and Selwyn, that the sister city members have assisted the community board in things like the 2024 adult visit was arranged through the Sister City Committee, as Melbourne Community Board was not working very well at the time. The library display, the student welcome this in 2025, and the anniversary visit to Ubetsu last year, 3 Sister City Committee members went and no one from the Community Board. The value of Sumi Hoakawa as the liaison person, all the communication for Community Board and for us goes through her.
Thank you, Alison. They're much like, because we're at 25 minutes and
Right,
I
2 minutes.
need to...
Give me 2.
I think, well, we understand sister cities and we have read everything that is here, and the MOUs and the agreement and the history. We are aware of that, and I think for us here, what we're looking at is the future of what our relationship together looks like. And so, you know, I do need to allow Nicola to take the table, and I need to allow us to be able to ask questions so that we can be sure on what we bring back.
Yep. Can I make 2 final points? That council frequently asks us for help when they can't do things, like John Paul College. The Reserves Committee have asked us to deal with the damage panel at Springfield. The upcoming Malaysian delegation, the questions come to us. All we're asking for is that this committee continues, that we have an operational budget and we have administrative support as part of a council committee.
Thank you very much.
And we should say thank you to Therese, who's been fantastic since she's taken over for us.
We recognise the large amount of work that she puts in to assist, and so that will become part of our future discussion as well. But thank you very much for your presentation. I'll allow Nicola to come up and talk about any high-level things that she wants to through the paper, and then if we could potentially maybe bring Alison back to the table with Nicola and be available for questions. Welcome, Nicola.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou and good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Nicola Sutton. I'm Head of Community Insights and Policy within the Community Services and Facilities team. As you've just been briefed by the Sister City Committee about Sister City relationships and their activities and plans for the future, I'm, through my report to you, aiming to build on the knowledge that you've gained from the committee and present to you the findings of the Sister City program review, which has taken place over a fairly extended period of time across a number of years due to staffing changes. At this point, I want to acknowledge that there was a small error in one section of the report, which was initially published with the agenda. This error has now been corrected, and so the version with today's agenda and in diligent is the correct version. My briefing paper draws together information from the review that incorporates input from the Sister Cities Committee, from staff, from councillors, elected members past and present, as well as information from an extensive review of the records, a survey, a workshop and comparisons with approaches used by other councils. The purpose of bringing the paper to you today is to ensure that councillors have a shared understanding of the program, including how it's currently supported, its strengths, its challenges and its risks, and the nature and status of the various relationships. It should be noted that the generous voluntary input of the goodwill of the Sister City Committee, which I'm sure you've picked up on here, is without question key to the current functioning of the Sister City program. This briefing paper that I have included in the pack is not a decision report. Rather, it's intended to provide a common information base ahead of any future discussions Council may wish to have about the program and its place within Council's broader work. The latter section of the paper outlines a range of operating models used by other councils to manage sister city relationships. These are really included for information only and to illustrate different ways the program could be structured if Council chose to consider those in future. The next steps following today's briefing is for staff to work with the Sister Cities Committee to develop 2 to 3 clear options for Council's consideration at a later date, should Council wish to do that. The intent would be to include at least one cost-neutral or reduced cost option within Council's existing budget. And there would also be an aim to address the risks identified in the report, as well as any emerging risks in the legal, financial, operation and reputational space, if Council wish to explore those. So unless you want me to go through the briefing paper in detail, I'll hand it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we can take the paper as read. We've had that circulated, and I just, in the essence of time that we have here, I would recommend that councillors ask questions of things that they need to know to be able to inform what these decisions or options will look like going forward. And I am more than happy to collate feedback afterwards that we can put into a format together. I do have a question, and I think it's probably for Alison. One, I recognise that, yes, I went to Gansu province, and it was a fantastic opportunity for my learning outside of New Zealand, and it was definitely an eye-opener. But I think my question sits there with, do you see more or less sister city relationships in the future? And if it is more, where do you see that delegation for relationships or MOUs sitting? Where do you see that sitting in our forward-looking relationship?
Sorry, I don't quite understand your question. Are you talking about other relationships in the future or the present relationships?
I guess I'm looking at both. Are we seeing that the relationships that we do have, noting that one's on hold, do we continue down that path? And I know there's been discussion about other relationships. I'm trying to get an understanding of how many are we looking to have in Selwyn, and where does the delegation, or where do you think the delegation for approval of that should be?
When we are ever approached about a new relationship, as the one with Italy, that a group of Selwyn residents came to ask us after they had been to the war sites that the New Zealand battalion was turned back in Italy with their relatives, and they had had a conversation with that town council, as it were, and then a person came out and actually met with Bob Mugford, because I was away at the time, to establish that relationship. But it's in their hands to come and ask us. If we are asked for a relationship, we would never do it on our own. It's a council relationship. And so I know that the commander in this case at Burnham, was really keen for it to happen, but it's got to come from their side. And Kelvin has contacts with the consul person in Christchurch and is doing some investigation to see what's happening. But we wouldn't move without the council. It's your decision. Yes, this committee could take new relationships. I would say we never get rid of old relationships, even if they're quiet. Gansu Province, for instance, has 64 relationships, and they would say some are more active than others, and you have troughs and times that they're important. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Sam.
Firstly, I'd like to thank everybody in the Sister Cities Committee for the vast amount of hours that you give to ensure relationships are not only just maintained, but are fostered to grow. But I was looking through, and on page 10, with the budget, now I understand that these sometimes are biannual events, but the figure comes out at $20,769.96, yet the budget request is 15. Is there any?
Yeah, it depends on where the financial year flows. And
Okay, yeah.
for instance, this year we would have expected our Shandan interpreter to be here in this financial year.
Cool.
That's what we were working on. In fact, that person is now going to arrive in September. So we'll be in the next financial year. And we will want someone to come in February of that financial year, which puts 2 into 1 year.
Like herding cats at times, I'm sure.
Well, their systems are very hierarchical, and it takes a very long time for the person to be chosen, approved through the hierarchy, get a passport because they never have a passport, and get a visa and get here. That can be a 4, 5, 6 month process.
And thank you for that. And you also mentioned that something's prevented you from obtaining an MOU,
Yes.
from being agreed on. Can you elaborate on that?
When Taraja asked for an updated MOU, I took the model from the other sister city agreements, which are in the drawer in the cabinet there, and sent it through to Therese to have approved by council and Lydia, and I was told that that could not happen until this process had happened.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not particularly different from what we've had previously with that group.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, I'm thinking about the wider district, and to your knowledge, have other parts of Selwyn ever expressed an interest in being part of the Sister Cities group, or it appears to be mainly Melvin Tawara? And so I'm just asking if there's a reason why it's there. Is it because that's the only place the interest is for it? What efforts have been made to sort of reach out to other communities and other parts of and other schools? I was thinking about Rolleston High School and Lincoln and Ellesmere and so on. And so just wondering about that process, both from a perspective of wider community involvement in the work that you do, but also the succession planning of the committee, of the whole volunteer process as well. I'm thinking about the future and what it looks like about people coming through to be on the committee and so on.
If we look at the wider group, for instance, when we went to Taraja, people from all over Selwyn came, and whenever there is a delegation going, a sister city delegation, we always advertise for applications. So it's open to anyone in Selwyn, the same as the Gansu Fellowship is open to everyone in Selwyn. In terms of the school relationships, we have worked really hard with Rolleston College and the Taraja relationship, and they have in fact hosted Lorna when she came from Taraja, and then she went to all the other high schools as well. We worked also with Clearview and the Rolleston Primary School with that relationship in education. With Coventry, all 4 high schools prior to COVID, were keen to set up a relationship where staff could go from here for 2 weeks PD in Coventry and see something quite different. Like, you don't see building submarines here. And then they can send a teacher back for a 2 week in their holiday period. Now, COVID got in the way. Every school principal in Selwyn has changed since then. And they've also had some changes on their side. But that's a really exciting opportunity for that sort of development.
Okay, so the next one is really about the succession of the committee itself. I'm guessing people hammering down your door to be on your committee?
Well, one of the things we do say to people like our Gansu Fellowship, we expect a return when you return. There are other people whose shoulders I would like to tap, but because we have been sitting for 2.5 years in this review process, does one go and say, would you like to join us? I have 1 or 2 people in my mind that I would like to tap on the shoulder, but until we know exactly what we're doing, I haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
And the committee is incredibly active and gives a huge amount.
Sophie. Yeah, kia ora everybody. Thank you very much for all your time and efforts. It's always good to have you here. I guess I'm trying to, much along Tracy's line, just trying to look at the forward options that we have in the briefing paper as well. Just because along with everything else, you know, we're basically being asked to do the basics. And I guess it would be good to have some feedback from you, particularly Alison, around whether you think this is a basic or a nice to have, because we get challenged about this a lot. And also, for instance, if we opted for one of those sort of a more a model that has a more formal terms of reference, potentially the budget would not be allow you to do as much as you want. For instance, I'm not sure whether you're anticipating additional funding needs for the anniversary that you mentioned that's coming up. Obviously, at the moment, those who go on trips self-fund, which brings in questions of equity across the district, and that's that sort of thing. But I guess if the outcome of this review is that you cannot continue the committee the way that you're used to, it changes because it becomes more formalised and structured somehow. Is that okay with you guys? Or are you just looking for a resolution, or are you looking for formalising exactly what you have right now?
Probably somewhere in the middle. We're looking for more council input and councillors' input, having worked. I represent Selwyn along with Kelvin on the Christchurch China Committee, and we see how theirs work. They work with one staff member who is their liaison person, but they have an international department, which unfortunately Selwyn doesn't yet have. I say yet because I'm sure you will in the future when cost of living gets better. What we're looking for today, I guess, is a way forward that works for you, works for us. And when I say us, it's not about us as people, it's about the whole Sister City movement, so that it can happen, it can use the volunteers and get the best for people and enrich people's lives. Not just the committee, but anyone in Selwyn who wants to be part of it.
So kind of just one supplementary question, for instance, this is intentionally challenging because I'm trying to look for information. I'm not trying to
I understand it.
Polls or anything. If we don't currently, for instance, we have an increasingly multicultural community in this district. We have, other than the Welcoming Communities programme, which is very limited funding and very limited in activities, you guys are incredibly well resourced in comparison. On the face of it, if you were asked to go, which one gives the most benefit for Selwyn looking forward for the next 10 years, which one would you go for? A multicultural strategy and activities for people who live here and now? or would you go for continuing sister cities? And again, that is deliberately provocative. I'm just wondering. So I'm sorry.
So quite simply, I would go for both, and I think this district needs both. We are a multicultural society, and as a committee, we talked about whether we should actually be looking at a relationship in a place like India. And now that the trade deal's been signed, maybe there's some extra things, extra places that link with this community. We have tried really hard to link with the Chinese local community, we did discover one lady from Taraja lives here, but both of those people that we've approached offer to help, but not in a very formal sense. So we do try and link with that multicultural committee. And I know I was asked to speak at that welcoming community meeting at one stage. And we do advertise in Council Call. Council Call is incredibly useful to us.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Aaron?
Hi, thanks very much. Just going back to the budget, the interpreter costs are about 2/3 of the budget, so I'd just like to understand a little bit more. What does that provide?
That provides homestay, which has become incredibly expensive in my view, but that's what it costs, and we always have the person stay in Rolleston or Lincoln, within Selwyn, rather than in Christchurch. It provides bus fares. Traditionally, we give that person a subsidy of $50 a week, although the committee's actually not proposed we're going to do that this time, and normally covers the insurance for the person coming in. One of the reasons for covering insurance is if we pay for it through ARA, we get it in English, and we know that it is covered for any, if somebody gets ill and has to be flown home, we want to know that's in the policy. Yeah, so that's the sort of, where those costs come in. The committee takes the person out on various outings, most weekends. They do not charge for that.
So these are interpreters from overseas, from
Coming in.
locations that we have relationships with, coming here to be trained in English.
In English, at ARA, and remember, ARA does not charge them fees.
Is there any sort of reciprocal benefit that Selwyn obtains from that?
Well, the Gansu Fellowship to start with is one, and when delegations go to Gansu and Shandan, normally they do not have to pay huge amounts for the things that they do there. And remember, those delegations are open to any Selwyn resident. Well, yeah, adult resident, we always say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Denise?
Oh, thank you. It was really interesting reading the paper that you bought. I thought that you've requested, what you've requested seems quite clear. The structure is quite clear in the 15,000. If you put in the volunteer hours that you do, that would be at least one FTE of staff, and it would be beyond that. So, yeah, you definitely, I think, earn your keep. I'm looking at it. I know that Sister Cities has always been in Malvern, so it is a little bit Malvern-centric, but I think Tracy touched on it. It would be great to see it go further across Selwyn and perhaps be advertised and promoted more. And also someone else did mention about India. I was thinking that that would be a really good one to try and start up, in addition to the ones I know you probably have enough work to do, but in addition to the work that you have, because it looks like the Rhode Island one has gone a bit quiet. So some are obviously quiet at times. But do you think that you would be happy to promote Sister Cities more?
Absolutely, and we try and put as much in council call as we can. Ellesmere Echo has been good at publishing things when I've put stories in. Melbourne News is good at doing that. So
I was thinking more for Springswood, because I don't think many people in Springswood really know about the Sister Cities at all.
Well, if they read council call.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we could get someone to help you with more promotion as well.
Yeah, and
on a
remember,
voluntary basis.
and remember then when something's going in council call, I send it to Therese,
Yeah.
who then sends it on to communications to be vetted so that it's
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, lovely. Okay.
And I know Elizabeth came to the Gansu group, who came in 2024, and I think it was a good experience for you.
Lovely. All right, thank you.
Thank you. John?
Oh, thank you. So, Alison, would I be right in saying that one of the advantages of having the sister city relationship may be the emphasis on the institutional and formality, whereas if we go with the community multicultural model, that really can be organised without any input from council?
Sorry, you've lost me a little bit there.
So I suppose I'm saying that in the paper that was presented, there was mention of a multicultural society and looking at doing things with the community that we've got here. And I'm just asking whether does the value that's added by the sister city relationship mean that it moves from beyond the immediate community of people who are already here to an institutional level, and you're having relationships internationally rather than just locally within Selwyn?
Absolutely. Things like Lanzhou City University, Barana in Taraja, yes, there are those sort of relationships are there. And when you see what happened when the last Fonterra person went to China, he actually stayed after the Gansu Fellowship and did a lot of exploration around their markets. And he talked very strongly about what he learnt about how you do business in China from his Gansu Fellowship, and actually changed his method because he hadn't realised the different ways of thinking. New Zealanders go, hello, I need. That is not the Chinese way. And so...
And then picking up from my colleague across the table, just being a little bit challenging, that my calculations, which may well be wrong, and I'll correct them if they are, is that probably on the review we spent $150,000 of staff time and et cetera, and it's been going on for about 3 years. And here we are, if I've read your document correctly, is that you're saying for around about $15,000 plus 100 hours approximately staff admin time, the sister city can be a lot more supported than it has been currently. Any comment? Probably not on the expenditure by council, on the report.
Sorry, John, I'm not really sure what your question is.
My question is, have we got the model wrong? That we're spending money doing investigations, whereas if 3 years ago the decision had been made by the then mayor and councillors that the sister cities could continue, it would have been $15,000 or $10,000 a year, 100 hours of staff administrative time, and we would have saved a heap of resources doing this massive investigation. Is that yes or no? It's probably okay.
I think I might jump in on that one. That's a great question. It's the simple answer is it's probably yes, but I think what we're dealing with is the decisions that were made at the time have led us to spend this amount of effort to try and clarify what the role, the value, and the future of the Sister City Committee is. But here we are, and I think it's what we do from this point going forwards, where hopefully we can avoid putting money into looking at how we do things and just getting on to do something or do nothing.
And I think that this is the whole purpose of making sure that we are having this briefing here so that we can actually just get on with it rather than going around in circles. That is not, I think, what this council wants to do, and we want to be able to enable and deliver for our community. And so, this is the good part, and I don't think that we need to, wait much longer to allow people to get on with business. Sarah?
Yeah, it sort of seems that, this has been a committee that has been working very hard for a very long time, and, with some of those relationships that have been established for what? At
30.
least,
30
at
years.
least you've got a completely new world that you are working within at the moment. And I guess it's about, the review process, I guess, is about bringing our understanding of your purpose up to speed with that, because there has been a lot of change, obviously, within Selwyn in terms of our population changing, but within the world. Globally, things have never been more accessible, and yet we've never been more disconnected, I think. There's a lot of layers of irony there. Just kind of trying to understand a little bit more about the formalisation of this. Is there currently a strategy or a formal strategy, or you sort of mentioned policy? Are there policies or processes that are formalised for the committee at the moment?
We had a policy that was passed in 2017.
Right.
That was fairly light touch,
Right.
but just laid out what we do. That's in 2019, Council came back with another policy, which was basically to say that there was 50,000 and the staff would do everything and run everything, and basically the committee wouldn't exist.
Right.
That was rejected by the committee. Nothing then happened, except I understand it went into the policy folder and was signed, but at the time, the councillor, Bob Mugford, apparently, when I asked him about it, knew nothing. So I don't know. But we do have an annual meeting. We do a draft plan for the year. We do report on the previous year's draft plan. We do get annual accounts.
Right.
So we do go through an election process. We do quite a formal process after the end of the financial year every year, and have always done that.
Great. You mentioned planning for the year. That was going to be my next question. How do you decide which of these? So you've sort of got 3 very active sister cities, it seems, at the moment. So how do you decide where you're going to best put your resource, I suppose, because it's limited resource?
Yeah. It's a bit of a juggle, shall we say. Yes, and it does seem to work. And you're well aware that some years we don't spend our budget and it goes back into the council coffers. Other years we will spend the whole lot. Yeah. So because there's no rollover, there used to be a rollover a long way back. So we do, I guess it's educated, not guessing, but educated working out. Like we know, for instance, that Shandon there has to be a group that go there next year. I'm going to suggest in Melbourne Community Board that they take a group to Ubetsu next year, because then councillors and others can go from Shandon to Ubetsu one after the other, or go one or the other and save international airfares. And we've done that in the past and it works really well.
And is there a way that, obviously what you do touches on the likes of Barrenbrook, there's sort of primary industry players there, there's relationships with university, potential benefit for Lincoln University, potential benefit for our high schools and, what they deliver within there. Is there sort of a way that you can be accountable for that? Like, do they come back and review sort of their experience of working with you and what they sort of get from the program?
Not in a formal sense, no.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly they report, for instance, Dr. Lily Shannon has already reported that she's had Lanzhou University, not Lanzhou City University because there are 2, visit her as a result. Hugh Bixby will let us know. For instance, this Malaysian visit, he's put that council staff asked where they should take them, and I think Lydia's been consulted around that. And Hugh has certainly made some really strong suggestions about what Lincoln can do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Alison and team, I just want to thank you for being exemplary. This is actually the direction we're wanting to go, where we've got volunteer organisations partnering with council for what I consider minimal cost. I think what you're delivering is massively bang for buck, and that's really where we're aiming to go with our volunteer group, so thank you for that. So just a little question, I apologise for coming in late today. In terms of the age range that you cater for with sister cities, how does it work with schools, and do you have students that get the opportunity to go overseas, and what sort of ages are they?
Right. When groups come in, they often want to go to a primary school. I've taken one group to a preschool at one stage because that was a request. Groups going overseas are usually from high school. However, it would be fair to say that the Chinese consulate at the moment is working really hard to send year 7 and 8 students to China, and over the Easter break sent Swannanoa, St Joseph's and one other primary school from Christchurch on an organised group. They want to come out and talk to Selwyn schools about that as well. So there are opportunities. I have discussed with Darfield High School that September next year, when the adult group goes, it may be that their student group goes at the same time and do some activities together and some separately, which would help with their program too.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And it probably goes along the same lines as what Elizabeth has just said, is we're very grateful for the relationships that you do hold and all the time that goes in to the Sister City Committee, the relationships, the planning. It isn't unrecognised from us, so we really appreciate that. That does bring us to the end of this morning's briefing. I thank you for all the information that you provided. It's been great. And so next steps for us as councillors, I'm happy to receive and collate feedback that you have, and I really look forward to working with the Sister City Committee to come up with what our future solutions are together. So thank you.
Can we have a time frame?
I don't have that, but it will happen before this financial year, before end of this financial year, would be in my ideal world.
Thank you. 2.5 years has been a long time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Look, end of this financial year is going to come around really quick too. So
Yes.
there will be a bit of work that we do have to do between now and then.
And can I just say informally, congratulations on your consultation over the annual plan. It's really great to see that you guys have worked so hard, and ladies, to make that happen.
Thank you very much. That is the end of this morning's briefing. Councillors, I will see you back here at 1:15. welcome back everyone for our briefing this morning, or actually this afternoon now. The day's gone quick. I would like to introduce the next paper, which is the speed limit changes or proposed. And at the table here we have Gareth, Sam, Ravi and Steve. So I'll hand over to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. You're not going to hear a lot from me. I've come along. You'll be pleased about that. Come along to introduce you to essentially the road safety team. We've got Ravi, who's our road safety engineer, and Sam, who's our school's road safety person, but that they very much work together in terms of district-wide road safety. And the paper they're going to run through is all about our sort of annual review of our speed limits as the district grows. So I'll hand over to Sam.
Been advised to have this very close to my mouth. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to come and present to you today. Please bear with me. This is my first time presenting to you guys, so I'm a little bit nervous. I'll be reading my notes and I'll direct you up to the slideshow as well, where appropriate. So let's start. So the main reason that we're here with you today is to advise you to the intention for us to go out to consult on reducing speed on a selection of our roads. There are just two key points I'd like to draw your attention to up on this current slide. One, we are required to use the land transport rule setting up speed limits 2024 to change any road speeds on our roads in our district. Number two, quite an important one, we're not here today to discuss a district-wide speed management plan. If that's something you do want to explore, we can discuss this at a later date, but just be aware that it does take up a lot of time and resources. So, why are our speeds being reviewed? So I'm going to take you through the slide that we currently have up on the screen. We have population growth and land use changes, increased traffic and mixed road users, consistency through our proactive speed reviews, and changing safety and speed risks. So our district is in a time of rapid growth. Roads that were once quiet 100-kilometre roads, rural routes, have now got homes on them, changing how they are used, and the risks have now changed. So on this slide is just some of the language that the land transport rule uses. Explains how the speed changes, how they're measured, and how we're expecting to change them. I also want to draw your attention to our district schools. So in the setting of speed limits rule, it mandates us to install variable 30-kilometre speed limits at all school frontages by June this year. We have achieved it a year ahead of schedule, apart from two newer schools that we have in our district, but we will be able to do that before June this year. And then as new schools come into our district, we can then go and put in the variable speeds after that. So this slide, it highlights our consultation approach. There's a lot of work that goes in the background of a speed management speed review. The setting of speed limits rule requires us to go out to public consultation for 6 weeks, opposed to the 3-4 weeks that's mandated in the Local Government Act. We will consult with a multitude of different people, including freight, schools and businesses that are along the route. We'll have hard copy consultation documents at our libraries and service centres. There'll be maps online with associated feedback form, and we will advertise on social media, in print, so newspapers, and on our website. So, our next steps, as you can see up there, we've got a little table showing what our next steps will be. Once the consultation has closed, we will come back to you in another briefing to share the feedback with you. So as you can just see from there as well, just the timings. It does take a little while for us to get the new speeds on the road. So you may not see the new speeds there until next year. And you have received the spreadsheet with all the proposed roads on there as well. So that was very quick. I did try and slow down. I do apologise. And with thank you very much for today. And do you have any questions?
Thanks, Sam. Good job. I think we've had the paper. We've got the list here from you. I've got a couple of questions, and so my question was: does this list or consultation, does this allow us to consider additional roads? So if people give us feedback through the consultation space that they see the need for something different, does that allow us to consider that in that process?
Yes, we can consider additional roads, but we will look at it as sort of a network-wide change rather than just the arbitrary small roads isolated.
And with the consultation, will we be taking into consideration the people that live on the road? So I think the last lot that we did, it was good to separate out the people that are impacted by the road, where their house is, and people who are travelling through. So
Yes.
is that the same approach?
Yes, it will be.
Nice, cool. And the district-wide review, I think we had that on the table. Was that a couple of years ago? And we put that on hold because of the changes in the GPS, because what we had proposed wouldn't have matched and wouldn't have got approval. I think I'm looking at the bigger district-wide view of how does this work. We know that the GPS could be reviewed in the early part of next year, and so how does our planning sit around that and the changes?
You are correct. We had a district-wide approach 2 or 3 years back, and that was under the old system that got thrown out as soon as the government got elected and the new rule came in, and that required us to do a district-wide speed management plan, which was a colossal piece of work, which we probably spent 6 to 9 months and got a fair way through it for it to be abandoned. We haven't re-instigated that because it's still a bit fluid in how to address that, because NZTA now provide us with the alternative method, which is this, so we can still do the annual reviews to just address things where we've got pressure. But it doesn't discount doing a district-wide one in the future. We just got to be cognizant and mindful of the input and resources that's required.
So what you're saying is this process here, this annual review, is an easier, faster way to address changes in our district rather than the 6 to 9 month process, and we seem to end up in the same space of the GPS changing.
Definitely at the moment. Don't lose sight of the fact that even in this process, and I don't know whether Ravi will get a chance to touch on this, every speed limit review not only has to have consultation and maps and be clear, it has to have a cost benefit analysis done on it, which in itself is a large piece of work for potentially 20 metres of road.
And that was part of the new GPS, wasn't it? Yeah, cool. We'll go to Sophie.
Yeah. Kia ora, team. Thank you very much. It'd be interesting if the rule changed again next year, but I almost hope that it doesn't, because it's really, the flip-flopping is not good, even though we don't necessarily agree with some of the... So obviously from this, we're very much sticking to the definitions that are in the rule, because that's the job. Cool. So one question I had was that the timeline that we have on page 26 of Diligent doesn't include any decision papers to council. So I'm presuming that's because delegation sits with you guys?
I think there's a council decision meeting on the 12th of August.
Okay.
Yeah, so, sorry.
Sorry, I meant before consultation. We don't have to agree because you've assessed and decided which roads are being...
It comes to you for you to acknowledge that you've say, take our staff recommendation, and then we take your recommendation through to NZTA.
Okay. All right. Do you need us to participate in any, like, is this going to have the sort of consultation that has public events or anything, or is it mostly advertising through Selwyn Times and the like?
Advertising, yeah.
Okay.
I think there's nothing stopping us from sharing and informing.
I'm sure we'll go and talk to our local residents groups and stuff about it because they will be interested. Yeah, that's me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sophie. Reece.
Thank you, Soph. That was one of the questions. Was it public consultation or is it just a link? So when you advertise, so one answer. So the next thing is then on the, when you advertise in papers, online, blah, 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 is that list going to be on there or is it going to be a link that they will then have to go to on the advert, or are you going to put this up on the advert in the newspaper?
It will run like a normal consultation that council would run. So there'll be a link to the consultation page, and then on that page we will have a map for each one of those roads to show where it's from and to. Mm-hmm. It will show the consistency as well, just to bring people on the journey with us. And then it will have the feedback form along with that as well. And on there, it will ask for their address, how they use the road. So they may use the road in a multitude of ways, and we take that into consideration. And obviously their written feedback as well.
Okay, so that answers the third one, was about the comments section and all the rest, so that'll be in there. That's great. So it is just on those only. So you mentioned through, and I might be getting a little bit off, but this is a central government generic 30 Ks around schools. Yeah. So then the question would be, are there other generic things that would answer that could be linked to that as a short form at the bottom saying, you know, all roundabouts, all zebra crossings, all speeds?
In short, no. The table. Does the table? Yeah. Do you want to do it? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there's under the set and speed limit rule, there is a table of what speeds roads can be. Mm-hmm. So we can easily link that in, or we could paste that in, or we could paste the link to the whole document of that. So, for instance, urban roads are 50k an hour, but urban roads which are narrow, got no footpaths, high pedestrian activity, can go down to 40k an hour. Like I believe possibly in this process, Arthur's Pass is one of those. Yeah. So there is a table we could post. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the reasoning. There was some community consultation where there was questions around some speeds on roundabouts, etc. going in. So it might be just a great way, if people are taking the time to go to that, then they can also see that link of some of the generics. So thank you. And just to say, Sam, I like the last question thing with the sign on being the road signals, and well done.
Thank you. Big Red.
Thanks, Sam. What are the two schools that have still got to go?
I was hoping nobody would ask me to pronounce it. Thank you. Sophie said it for me. Te Raro Horapito and Rolleston College, their new campus. Those are just two of the schools currently. Yep, the newer ones.
Super. And then just with the slide you had up on the board there before about the review that you go out and do, a member of the public approached me about the pedestrian crossing. Is that something they can bring into that?
They're more than welcome to put it in the feedback part of the form, and then we can put it on our list for consideration in the future.
Super, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron.
Thanks. I'm pleased to hear that you're using the 2024 rule, just because I was a little concerned that in the paper it refers to the 2022 rule, so I'm not sure if you're allowed to correct that typo before you publish these, because not everyone's going to watch this report, but skipping ahead of that anyway. And the information that goes out, I think it would be really useful for each change to have a record of how long the distance of road that you're talking about changing is, because like you said, Gareth, you might be just shifting a sign 20 metres and most people wouldn't even blink an eye. They're not going to be upset or concerned or have any feedback around that, versus if you're doing a 6 kilometre stretch of road, they're going to think a little bit harder about, well, what does that mean? Is it justified or whatever? So that would be a handy stat to include. And in terms of the additional information, some of them have got little narratives which were quite useful, but a lot of them have got network consistency, and I sort of know what that means, but it's actually not really very helpful to actually just understand why that piece is being reconsidered. So having a little bit of extra explanation just rather than the sort of catch-all phrase would be good. Where are we? Oh, and you mentioned it before, I think, Gareth, that there's a table saying what speeds and conditions can apply. That sort of relates to my query about having the lengths, because I know that it has to be a certain length of change for some of the limits to apply to. Because I drive around some of the roads that have been changed, and some of them I think, that's great that this has been reduced. Others I think, well, this is a bit slow. If only it was 10 kilometres more, I think that would be the sort of sweet spot. So I just sort of wonder to myself, sometimes why don't we use 70 or 90 k's on some roads? And it might be because of those rules that constrain us to be able to use it.
You've gone. You're off.
Yeah.
I think your battery's gone.
I promise.
Yeah, certainly the table usually does include the length, the meterage, so make sure we do that. There's also a reasonably good summary document which I can't remember who we prepared it for, which breaks everything down with the tables and it might be useful if we put that up with the information as well, because it talks about you can only change speeds in blocks of this for this distance, and it can't be arbitrary, and as well as Reese asked that the table is there as well. So yeah, useful. We put that up.
Cool. Sam.
Thank you. Question. So we know that the Arthur's Pass community want their speed limit dropped through the main. If we were to lower the side roads significantly, is there a transition sort of speed that our NZTA would have to comply with that? Because I can't imagine you can go from 80 to 30 at a corner. Or can you?
Yeah, look, I know, and the mayor's smiling at me. I know the Arthur's Pass community are talking to NZTA about the control of their speeds. We're doing our bit in Arthur's Pass. The local roads meet the conditions to be lowered to 40k an hour, and we're lowering them to 40k an hour. And the conversations with NZTA will continue. And I think the community board, Barry McKenzie, is fronting that with NZTA and lobbying for that.
But just out of curiosity, if we were to lower those side roads down to 30, and because I believe that the proposed speed that they're looking for is 40 through the main town.
Yeah, we can't lower those roads lower than 40.
Okay, and then that comes on to my Selwyn Huts question. The Hutties have actually specifically been wanting the speed limit to be dropped down to 20, and to be honest, you'd nearly be airborne over the speed bumps at 40, and the road's way too narrow for the 50 that's apparently proposed now. It's probably going to wind up with the Hutties putting their own signs up and running some kind of visual anti-police group there. Just to...
Two things to...
and technically that's a reserve. As you'll tell us.
Yeah. You see my eyes light up.
So it doesn't have to be 40. It could be significantly lower, correct?
Correct. So there will be one, and certainly, Councillor, something that we probably need to check on with Selwyn Huts, if that's not in your list. Two things. The first thing is the natural environment is a speed limiter anyway. So through Selwyn Huts, you might have a posted speed sign of 50k an hour. Good luck trying to do 50k an hour. You can't do 50k an hour.
There are still Muppets who attempt it.
Obviously, and we see them every day on the roads. The second thing is, as you quite rightly point out, that it is technically a reserve, and there are roads on a reserve. Whilst there may be some public status to them, and can't remember the true definitions down at Selwyn Huts. But for instance, in this round of consultation, there's one at Timberyard Point, Timberyard Road, which is through a reserve. And because that's a reserve area, we can take that down to 20k an hour, and I think it is going down to 20k an hour. So, yep, definitely something to look at for Selwyn Huts.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Sam, yeah, to sort of touch on what you're asking about others passes, we need to do everything that we can to support them to be successful, and we're still having conversations with NZTA around what we can do, and also other spaces in the Selwyn district around another set of consultation potentially in the future. Cool. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Just got a question around rural schools that was mentioned on one of your slides there, Sam. I'm there's obviously a controlled speed limit past schools at certain times of the day, that lowers even more. What I'm wondering about is some schools, I'm thinking of Whedon's, Broadfield, Ladbrokes, where there are potentially quite a number of children making their way to school on foot or bicycle on narrow rural roads, with no footpath accessible to them, and potentially quite dangerous. I've had one walking bus say to me, is there something more that we can do to try to make drivers, a lot of whom are making their way to work, it's quite a busy, fast road through there, is there something that we can do to make those road areas any more safe for that community?
Sorry, just unpicking your question. So we've got the variable speeds outside the frontage of schools.
Yeah.
We've been mandated that they need to be variable.
Mm-hmm.
We have some leeway on the timing of that, but we try to make all schools consistent. So if you are travelling past a school, say at 20 to 9 in the morning, you probably know that you should be going 30k. With the adjoining roads, it's a little bit more difficult because if it comes down to the consistency of roads, there should be signs around to say there is a school in the vicinity, so drivers are aware that there is a school. But at the moment, unfortunately, there's not much we can do on the adjoining roads to a school.
We may have a bit of leeway on the location of the variables. They may be able to be massaged slightly in some locations, but I don't think we would get a huge amount of leeway. We couldn't push her out kilometres.
Yeah.
We're probably talking a couple of 100 metres total.
Right. Yeah. And when you sort of say, potential for other signage, is it that sort of schools, children look out?
Yeah, children present or... we can't put school, but we can put children present. I think we've done that on Springs Road to support Vadeco, children present.
Yeah. Okay. No space for community-led solutions?
Can't comment.
Thanks.
Sarah. Elizabeth.
Yeah, just with the LISATs here, I'm wanting to know with these proposed speed limits, because we've had quite a few speed limit consultations, any of these ones that we've already had out for consultation before, or are these all completely new zones?
These ones are new.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm not...
Actually, no. My mistake. Leaston Road.
Yeah.
We've gone out before about that.
Mm-hmm.
The feedback came back that the people using the road didn't want the speed to be reduced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go. Yeah, go.
Yeah, for the benefit, because I potentially there's no councillors here that were the last time Leaston Road went out. So Leaston Road was the last time we'd done a full sort of district review, and from memory it was around about 2019.
Okay.
And it came back that Leaston Road, Shands Road, that spine for commuting up was to be kept at 100k an hour. But as we've seen, Leaston Road, particularly on the section up through after sort of the Selwyn Bridge, Chamberlain's, up through Bethel's, Google's Road, up through there, there's been several accidents over the years. So this is an opportunity to make it consistent and bring it back in line with the rest of the district.
Sorry, I haven't had time to jump on the maps and have a look, but we've got a number here for Leaston Wanted to know if any of those points are coming into Doyleston, because I do have a constituent who lives on that main strip in Doyleston, and they said, look, kids pulling in the car in the bus, they feel that they would like to know whether the speed sign lowering could be allocated further back so that there's a wider extent of notification for cars to slow down before entering that highly dense area of Doyleston.
Yeah, the one thing to remember, 20 is plenty. School bus, you know. That's enshrined in legislation.
It's not just a school bus, but it's also the crossing. It's a split township, right? So.
Yeah. And Doyleston's probably interesting, because, you know, the school's not there, but there's plenty of school activity and school buses that are there. And you brought the matter up. Is there? Oh, there you go. It's on there.
It is on here?
Yep.
Okay, so we're just extending what there already is. Yep. Oh, that'll make them very happy. If we get a solid reply from commuting traffic, because Leeston's got a fair few commuters there now, where they don't want anything reduced, much like last time. Is there anything that we can put out as councillors, as comms, around the stats? Because I think that would be really helpful for people to see the stats and the reasoning behind it, so it doesn't just look like council's traffic calming measures, but it's got legitimate reasoning behind this. If you're able to give us something to put out, that would be really helpful.
Firstly, I was going to say, if the community overwhelmingly come back, that's a decision for councillors to guide us on. In terms of the stats, I think it'd be fair to say, in terms of Leeston Road, we don't have to think long back to, you know, a child fatality. The stats are there, one fatality too many. As far as, you know, we're trying to reduce the speed on a very busy high-speed road that probably should be down to 80k by now. But we can produce, stats, and Ravi can produce all those for you.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, just want to highlight an example of if we split the last 10 years into 5-year periods from 2016 to 2020 and 2021 to 25. Selwyn district have average crash increased 10.7% in the 5-year period. But if you look at specific roads, like Leeston Road had 25% increase in crashes. Springston Rolleston Road had 54%, and Shands Road had 43, and Trices Road got 83. So it's almost doubled. So that's why we chosen these targeted roads.
Sorry, Elizabeth, I'll add to that, and I certainly met with a couple of councillors some months ago about Ravi's data and the two data sets that he talked about, and what we've clearly seen across the district from that 2016-2020 period. A lot of our crashes and mostly speed induced and behavioural things and not stopping were basically on the fringe. From Selwyn going into town, Selwyn, Prebbleton, that corridor or those corridors. What we're seeing in the 2020 onwards data set for that 5 years is the higher volume has shifted, and it's started to be more on those inter-townships now, particularly Lincoln to Rolleston, and a couple of intersections there. Of course, the one that we've tried to address being the Weedon Shands one. So there is a shift happening across the district over the past two periods of time.
Sorry, Denise. Thanks for the slides, Sam. Can we have a copy of those? Because we haven't got them on Diligent. That would be great. You talked about people could put crossings as feedback onto the consultation. Are they able to put other thoughts there? Well, I suppose they can put whatever they want on there, but are they able to put sort of any other issues that they're having?
Obviously, the main point of this consultation is the speed review. They're more than welcome to put other things in there as well, but obviously we'll take into consideration the changing of speed feedback first, and then we'll take any other comments and put them aside and we'll address those later on.
Okay. So, Gareth, you said 2019 was the last time there was a district review. And I totally understand that it's a lot of work to do and it would take, you say, about 9 months. So I'm just wondering, is that something that we can put on the LTP?
So we,
No.
it was earlier than 2019 because I was.
Yeah,
I was
2018, 2019. It was pre. It was under the old bylaws, pre the. It's when councils could make the decision themselves without having to go to NZTA.
Okay. I was just thinking that, yeah, by the time we do it, because it might take a year or two, it might be 10 or 9 years since we have done a whole review, or not.
I think, in my view, yes and no, because we're doing these annual reviews, and so we've done one last year to make changes, and by doing the annual reviews, this is my understanding to your answer to my question earlier, is that we're trying to address it there through the different process that we've been given it through the government policy statement, because that was the change in it that didn't allow us to actually complete that district-wide review. So there's some challenges around government policy statement on land transport, which also might sit with us around central government election, of being able to advocate to what we think is good in a GPS. But yeah, I think the last time there was a huge workload, and to get to the final step and then basically it goes in the bin is quite frustrating. And so my understanding is that we're trying to do it through these yearly reviews and updates, so that we can just box on and do what is right for our district rather than the full district government policy statement review. Is that correct?
Yep, correct. And I think to add to that, the importance is that we're keeping on top of the important ones, the immediate ones, the safety ones, where the road environment has changed. Going back to the last big bulk district-wide one, that's where council was able to make decisions, broad decisions rather than street decisions. That the certain classifications of roads were reduced from 100 k's an hour to 80 k's an hour. There was a consideration of reducing the speed on unsealed roads from 100 k's an hour to whatever, although they stayed at 100 k's an hour. Again, the environment, I guess, controls the speed you can do. Those are the types of decisions that were made under the last district-wide review. Under the current format, it would have to be per road, and it would have to have a cost-benefit analysis attached to it. We couldn't make those broad brush decisions anymore. Is that right, Ravi? Yeah, cool.
So is there any opportunity for consultation on things other than speed?
That would be a different process. So this one here is just...
I know this one's just speed, but are there other ones?
Pardon?
Will there be other ones?
Other opportunities?
Yeah.
If councillors wish to put forward different things, and this might be through our LTP planning, is what are our priorities around that? And, we've had lots of workshops on what are our priorities and the things that we want to see and address. And then actually how do we implement those down through the organisation as to what's important. So there's definitely LTP space for that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Aaron.
Just basically building on Denise's comment, the accident stats are a useful input to this, but I don't think you can just look at accidents have happened on this road, therefore we must make it slower, because sometimes it is the side road that's caused maybe they've gone through a stop sign or something like that. So obviously going slower, you've got the impact is slower, so maybe there's pros and cons of doing that, but I think we need to not just look at speed as some sort of easy panacea to all our ills. We need to look at maybe some of those other safety improvements which may often be on side roads or at some of the key intersections. But then going on to another question, it was interesting hearing that Leeston's been consulted on before and that there was quite a lot of pushback at the time. It sort of goes back to my question about what other speeds can we offer. So if you'd said Leeston's 100 but we'd like to bring it to 90, I wonder what the degree of pushback may or may not have been from the community versus going straight to 80. So it's just putting that into the mix, I guess.
Yeah, possibly. I think mentioned the table previously under Reese's question. We put up that I think we can only go in 10k limits from memory. Yeah, so there's no intermediate. It's got to be clean blocks. Look, let's not just. Leaston went out as part of the bigger district-wide one, but to keep this current, and I think Councillor Sarah was aware of this one last year, and I know Sophie was around the table as well. There was a section of Old Town Tapu Road last year that we reduced from 80, I believe, to 60. There was overwhelming community feedback. Don't touch it. Leave it at 80k an hour. But all that feedback was from people who travel through. None of that feedback was from people who were affected or on that road. So there are those challenges that come up all the time, and Leaston was no different the last time around.
Cool. Sophie, and then last one, Tracy.
Cool. I'm just trying to get my head around what was the difference between the district-wide speed review in 2018, 2019, which I think was before I got here, because I don't remember it, and what we did in 23, which nearly made it to a meeting and got pulled literally that morning, because I thought that was a district-wide speed review. It just never reached completion because the rule changed. Or we were told that the rule was changing and we're not going to say yes to whatever it is that you put in front of us.
Yeah. Seem to be answering a lot of questions. I wasn't going to speak. I was going to encouraging these guys to do a good job. The old one, the setting the speed limits were done under a council bylaw.
Right.
They weren't done under the national guidance from NZTA. The document that was pulled 2 or 3 years ago, literally on the day of the council meeting, that's because we literally received, not only did it change, but the Minister, Simeon Brown, issued a letter that morning to say all speeds were off the table. Yeah.
Yeah, because unfortunately that was a lot of work that you guys put in, or whoever it was who was here at the time. So the rule that we have now, the 2024 rule, it's quite prescriptive as well about how you are allowed to calculate your cost-benefit analysis. So what is allowed to be included in the calculation is set via the rule, not via local conditions. Is there any opportunity to put in anything extra? So to cover Aaron's point around, these are the other considerations here, like this is what we have to tell you. These are the bits that we want to add as context. Is there anything that we can do there?
Ravi's the expert on that one. I think that cost-benefit rule was brought in purely because of the government's concerns about the movement of freight, wasn't it? Economic movements.
They wanted economic rather than social outcomes.
Yeah. How much we can influence that, I don't know. Ravi's done plenty of these. Is there much latitude in there? No? We'll have a look at it.
Okay,
yep.
cool. Because it would be good to have context, because context is everything. Like, is there a hedge? Is there grasses that,
Yeah, absolutely. But you're right. The rules are quite prescriptive. We have to follow a very straight set of firm guidelines on things.
Thank you.
Cool. That's all there. Look, thanks, team. I think this is great. This is the changes that we want to put out to our community and ask them their thoughts on it. And I think the way that you're capturing the feedback through, do you live here or do you drive through, is good, because it actually helps us to make good informed decisions as well. And I think we are more than happy to help get this out to our community and share this around. So thank you very much and well done.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have LTP amendments for Selwyn Water Limited transfer. So I will invite Rob, Michael, and we've got Dom as well. All right, over to you guys.
Thank you. This afternoon, councillors, I'm going to just give you an overview of the LTP or long-term plan amendment. Really just go through why we're doing it, what the amendment will look like, and just brief you on some of the decisions we'll be inviting you to make on the 27th of May. So the principal reason of doing this is that under the legislation following the transfer of drinking water and wastewater services to Selwyn Water Limited, we have to amend our long-term plan so that you can pass a lawful annual plan for 26-27, but also to avoid us having to report, as well as Selwyn Water, on levels of service and works, etc., that Selwyn Water are doing. So it's to avoid that duplication, and will obviously reduce having to do two lots of audits on the same things. This is a requirement under the Local Government Water Services Act that passed at the end of last year. Under that Act, we don't need to consult on the long-term plan amendment, and we don't have to have that audited, but there are some requirements which councillors will be asked to sort of adopt on the 27th of May, and that is around those points there about understanding the implications and the views on the proposal. We have taken some legal advice, both internally and externally, and this is very much a procedural basis to sort of give effect to the transfer to Selwyn Water. And if we don't do it, it would lead to some negative comment when we get to an audit report in 26-27. So how are we doing it? And the way we've are approaching this, and this is more for transparency, is we're just striking through the existing document, so scoring out where there's any mention to drinking water and wastewater services, levels of service, finance, etc. And we're attaching sort of appendices at the back which provide updated tables, graphs, and anything else, etc. The reason we're doing that is it also helps people to understand what changes have been made, rather than having a completely new document and going, this is the LTP 2434 and this is the LTP 2634, what are the differences? So it's really trying to make it as easy as possible for people to understand what their changes are. If you do decide to adopt the LTP amendment, we will communicate this through the Selwyn Times, social media, on our website, and provide hard copies in our major facilities like libraries, etc. Again, we're going for low cost, so they won't be the glossy ones. They'll be black and white, and so not colour. Just want to make that clear. And probably a key point here is that it's just covering the period from the 1st July 2026 to 2034, because the current LTP 2434, it's already, the first 2 years of that will have been covered. So this only comes into effect for the 1st of July 26 onwards. Bearing in mind that you are already working on the LTP for 2027 to 37, so it's probably only got a shelf life of 12 months or so, but it's an important part of the sort of procedural requirement. And as I've mentioned, we're taking the drinking water and wastewater references out. And these are some of the key decisions that we will be asking Council to make on the 27th of May. And this is to comply with the requirements in the Local Government Water Services Act. And so I'm happy to take any questions.
My first thing on this is that I support the strike-through approach that you're taking. I think that allows for good transparency for people to actually see where the changes and how they're moving, and that also documents the history of it as well, noting that previously we have used previous long-term plans for reference documents before. And my only other thing is noting the next conversation that we have around delegations. This will remove all delegations from this organisation that are associated with drinking and wastewater too, yes. Yeah, because there's still sort of working my way through the delegations in the pack, and there's still delegations in there, but I think.
So I think we can absolutely tidy those up as part of. This is to make sure that from 1 July, when we're not setting water charges, because Selwyn Water are under their water services strategy, that this document reflects the true state of what Selwyn District Council is responsible for at the time.
Cool. Thank you. We'll go to Tracy.
When it says, refers to the proposal, page 33, satisfied the community understands the implications of proposal. Are we talking about the proposal? The proposal is to amend the long-term plan, not that the people understand. Is the proposal referring to amending the long-term plan or establishing Selwyn Water Limited?
So the latter. And so it's we will provide fulsome advice to you at time of decision to step through the legislation that was relevant at the time. That includes the Preliminary Arrangements Act that we were required to consult on in terms of the options at the time. We will identify that this amendment was included and signposted as part of that original consultation, and provide substantive advice on how each of these, limbs need to be assessed and looked at for this council.
Is it the staff's understanding that the community view on the proposal was very negative?
We're very conscious of the statistics that came back, freely acknowledge that. We are also of the view that the fact that the majority of the feedback didn't support it does not mean that the previous council didn't consider those views, or that it wasn't understood what that might mean.
Thank you. And then the last thing is, is it a fair assumption that avoiding an Audit New Zealand, that by avoiding the duplication, Audit New Zealand stuff and all of that, we are saving money?
Yes, yeah, that is correct. We are saving quite a considerable amount of money.
Do we have a broad idea of the considerable amount of money that we might be saving by avoiding that stuff?
We'll just go to Alison, the money lady.
Sorry, my arm wasn't quite long enough there. We're just working through with Audit New Zealand what their fee structure will look like, which will include SDC, Selwyn Water and Cord.
Okay. But it's a lot.
Ballpark figure.
I don't actually have a ballpark figure at this point, Steve.
Okay, we're talking, I guess what I'm saying is it tens of thousands or is it north of that?
It could be tens of thousands, but there's the dollar impact, but there's also the time impact as well.
Yeah.
So it's the time for both staff and Audit New Zealand, and the fees that are aligned with it.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Elizabeth.
Page 36, how will we communicate this? Just want to check in here that this is all coming out as one bundle. We're not itemising different decisions and going out and communicating them individually, but we're packaging it all together and going out in one hit with the changes. Is that correct or not?
In terms of what we're communicating as part of the LTP amendment, yes, it will all be doing that all in one go. Mm-hmm. But I'll leave that with comms.
Just the LTP amendment? No, I meant sort of anything to do with Selwyn Water in its entirety would come out as one package to the community, because we feel like we're trying to avoid, and this was a big thing that Lydia campaigned on, was trying to avoid over-fatiguing our community with information, just constantly drip-feeding them information, and we were going to sort of more give them a birthday party a couple of times a year rather than celebrating every week with another party invite.
I think this is hard. This is a part of the step change in that this is our thing to communicate and not Selwyn Waters, because it's a change that we need to make here at council through an LTP amendment, and so it does become, I get you, and it is really hard, and we are cognizant of that fatigue, but it's something that we must notify community of, and it potentially I guess there is the conversation to have with Selwyn Water, but around their draft water services strategy, because they will be coming out for consultation. So there is probably the element of, we could probably pair that as the advertising together of saying there's two things happening. I haven't talked to Selwyn Water about this or comms, so this is entirely off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But I think there is the potential to try and pair that advertising together so that people are getting a Selwyn Water story or information, rather than a story.
Yep, excellent. The other thing is, I've seen some of the budgets recently over what we've paid social media for advertising and things like that. I mean, we all campaigned for free using social media. I'm just wondering if we can be very stringent and maybe have a little look at the budgets that we're setting up for our communication, because, it'd just be nice to know that that element has been taken care of with this new council direction. That's posing as a question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Denise?
I just wanted to check on page 32 about, I think Tracy talked about it, the avoiding the need for audit NZ. Are we sure that the figures that will be left in the long-term plan will be accurate? And when will the audit then happen?
I might go to Alison for audit questions.
So, I mean, I think as Rob sort of alluded to earlier, Audit New Zealand will not be auditing the LTP amendment. So what Audit New Zealand would then subsequently do is audit the information that goes into the next annual report.
Okay.
So they would be looking at that just to make sure, because obviously the asset value that came out of SDC is quite large.
Yeah.
They will look at that there on a materiality level. So, but they would be next looking at that as an annual report as opposed to an LTP, because that's the next cab off the ranks.
Okay, good. So it will be audited, thanks.
100%, yes, will be audited. Race.
Cool, thank you very much. Can we go to page 38, please? Is that 38 on yours? Okay, council decision to satisfy. Just following on from, thank you. On the 27th of May, we're going to vote on this, correct? Okay. So, point 1, these will be the amendment points, no doubt. Okay, thank you. The community understands the implications of the proposal to establish Selwyn Water. It's going to be pretty hard to vote for that unless, based on the information currently and where we are. I appreciate things have moved on, so I am taking that into account. Council was satisfied that it understands the community's views on that proposal. So we vote for them. It's this current council, right? We are voting, we are doing in retrospect of a previous council's decisions.
Look, we really appreciate the tension that comes from a previous council decision and what is being presented here. I think what really is important is we're just trying to make an administrative change. It's deleting the things that don't apply to us anymore. The way the legislation has been structured is that we don't have to consult on that if we can get comfortable, if council can get comfortable with those three limbs. We'll provide absolutely more substantive advice on that when it comes to decision and step through our assessment of how all of those works and how it can be interpreted. We will also provide the alternate, which is if council doesn't want to or doesn't feel comfortable resolving, what those next steps would look like. And that could involve consultation, but there would then have to be an assessment as to whether that was genuine consultation, because it would be on the amendments we're making to an LTP that are only consequential in the context of having already transferred water.
I appreciate that it is considered to be an administrative process, but you're actually asking this council to ratify something that is in place from a previous council, which seems it just feels a little bit. So, is it possible that wording can be looked at? It would be the way I'd suggest that this is becomes more of an administration than sitting the previous decision with this council.
We have already had a number of discussions on what those resolutions will look like, acknowledging that this is a different council than the one that made the decision on 2 April.
Yeah, it just feels like we're ratifying something that we had no decision making. Thank you.
I could add to that, and this will come up, I guess, but you could.
He knows.
Sorry about that. I wish I was that clever. You could well say that you know that what the community thought about this, and you know what their views are. There's no question about that. All it's asking to know is, do you know what those things are? And many of you are sitting around the table because of it. So.
Satisfied means that you are compliant and that you are happy with.
I think it's satisfied that they understand. It's satisfied that they understand. So I think the words are probably helpful. Not that you necessarily agree with it.
Sophie.
Yeah, got to acknowledge your point around the wording, but it does say understand, not agree. So yeah, it's feels like semantics, but they are there. And honestly, the government was great at setting these sorts of timelines. They do this, they will do it again. Doesn't matter who's in charge. They like tying us lot up in knots. I guess I just wanted to double check the implications of not doing this, which is, so for us, page 32, which is the one that says why amend the LTP. So all of those things we would have to do, well, obviously we wouldn't be complying. So is there a penalty to not complying with that act?
So look, first of all, we're going to find ourselves in a quirky position with audit trying to explain it. I think that if we look at how we're then communicating with our community about something that we've got a document online that doesn't actually line up with what we're doing, we've also we're looking at putting our annual plan in place on the basis that water services isn't there, and we do need to refer to our long-term plan as part of our annual plan, so we're going to have inconsistencies. We start drawing a fair number of sort of challenges. I think beyond the legal, it's from my perspective, it's the practical, it's how this impacts our community, how we sort of, I guess, communicate with them, and if you choose not to ratify, we can go out and consult, but again, on what and to what end.
Yeah, and then it turns into complications when you're trying to direct staff who no longer are our staff because they're in a different entity. It's annoying because it's basically, yes, the train was set in motion prior to the last election. The train is still moving and we're still dealing with it. So yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, but I mean, if there is any way of putting extra context around, yeah, we get that there was. This was what the feedback was from our residents at the time. This is just the follow-on mop-up. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Just going back to the points that Reece made, actually the number one, which says council is satisfied, its community understands the implications of the proposal. Hand on heart, at this point in time, and by May 27th, I could not honestly say that I do, because they won't have received their rates bills. They don't know what's it going to mean for my bottom line. So at that date, I couldn't, even though I know why I want to support that, and I accept all of the reasons that you said, and I want to get to that end result. If the words like that came forward, I'd really struggle to vote for it. So I think really it is important to see what fine-tuning that you can do to bring us something that truly represents, that allows us to move forward.
Thanks, Aaron. Sam.
Touching on what Reece said, on page 38, just to reiterate and to reinforce what Aaron said, it does state that the community understands the implications of the transfer. Now, From my perspective, and the people I've spoken to, we're leading into this blind until we're 12 months down the track and looking retrospectively back at a financial report from Selwyn Water Limited. I'd also like to remind everybody in this room that we're almost coming up to May, and that would have been more than 12 months since that decision was made, and I'm of the belief that under standing orders we only have to wait 6 months to stand by a decision made by former council. Not saying that we're going to overturn this decision, but I don't think on the 27th of May I can say that our public are fully understanding of what the cost of establishment is, the cost estimates for future charging, and that's why I'd like to propose that we actually bring a paper back to council where we actually weigh up what it would have been previously and what it is. So then if we're going to go with this paper here on the 27th and progress forwards, then we can confidently say that we've given every option for the public to understand what the true implications and the wording of that page are.
Yeah, look, let us take everyone's feedback away and come back with a plan to navigate the next, I guess, 4 to 8 weeks, which is where we are as we head towards Selwyn Water needing to have a water services strategy in place for 1 July and council needing its annual plan in place for 1 July as well.
And I understand the implications of that, but I'd also like to touch on the fact that I don't think the estimates in the original local water done well consultation were correct. Also, since then we've discovered a number of discrepancies in charging, which I think need to be brought into account, which would change that figure and that rate. Also, the transfer of assets that we agreed on in this room has subsequently grown because we've discovered more assets through the process of the transfer. So there's a lot of information that has subsequently changed since that transfer was made. And yeah, we are finishing the former council's homework. But yeah, I believe that there needs to be another public briefing come back that shows what it would have looked like and what it looks like now. Not what it was going to look like, but actually what it looks like now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Sarah.
Yeah, I guess we've got a pretty, Selwyn Water have got a pretty big month coming up with their water services strategy. They've got a month of consultation with the community, which is prime opportunity, I would have thought, for them to be out in the community, increasing public understanding of what their plan is for the community. So hopefully that may go some way to alleviating some of the concerns around communities' understanding before the 27th of May, maybe. I was sort of contemplating on that same page 38 whether there is something in there around whether council is satisfied that material concerns from the community regarding the proposal have been satisfactorily responded to. Something around council response to that community understanding of Selwyn Water going forward. That's of value. Thank you.
I know, second time round. Just to clarify, I do understand that that Selwyn Water Limited has gone. It hasn't gone. The waters have gone from us to them. So I do understand that to that extent, what we're doing is technical / compliance. So I get that. I understand that, and I just wanted to clarify that for the top tables. Completely understand that, and I also assume the fact that is satisfied is used twice suggests that there's something in the legislation around that wording. That's my assumption. How we resolve that to the satisfaction to be satisfied, I'm happy to leave that to you guys to come back to us with something. but I just wanted it to be known that the people in the room do actually get that it is something of a fait accompli, and that you're asking us to ratify something to enable a mechanism to be triggered to draw a line. Having said that, it is still a hot topic out there. And that's why I agree with Samuel. It's why I focused in on that at my first time round, is that it is a hot topic out there, and there are still a lot of people who think it should still be in here. And so we need to be really clear about what wording we're standing behind.
I agree, Tracy. I couldn't have said it better. I think that's the hard thing, right? Is I recognise this is a strictly procedural thing, but it's hard to swallow. And that's the thing. I think I know there is, and I think we leave it to Dom to look at what that wording looks like, and so that we could maybe get to something that we are comfortable with, because we know this is a procedure, and like I have said to the team, what does the worst case scenario look like for our audit and also for our community and our forward looking, which makes things a lot more complicated than what they actually need to be. And Sam, I think I might work with you afterwards to work out what your meaning of what this looks like now and what it would have looked like, because there's we still have our big wash up period, which is that big report that will come back to us that we are doing together to actually give that fulsome across the board look of actually what has changed and what have we found and all the things that sit with that. So there is that wash up period that is happening.
There's a lot of new evidence that's come to hand and new information.
Absolutely, and we know that, and that's
we're writing the story as it's playing out.
And that is all part of that wash up period of that, and like that was an additional resolution that I got put in the last triennium to make sure that actually that report came back to this table, and it was done in conjunction together of Selwyn District Council and Selwyn Water, and it was fulsome, and it is here, and then it is available to our public to be able to see as well. So work with you on what those implications look like.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, team. Thank you. Much appreciated. We might take 15 minutes now and then go into delegations, if that's all right. Cool. Thank you. Next up, we have a briefing on delegations. So we have Sophie and Michael at the table, and so I will hand over to you.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I'm here to talk to you today about delegations. So you will have seen the briefing paper that I prepared. Essentially, the briefing paper is pulling together the full process to date to give you a one-stop shop for all of the background information, a bit of view of the current state of delegations. And today I'm going to sort of run through that current state, talk to you a little bit about delegations principles, and then obviously we have our planned further review to be done, which we'll bring back to you on the 10th of June. So I guess the purpose of this briefing is to quickly run through that current state, talk to you about principles, and then get some direction about the type of information that the council would like to see us work through in the next month or so before we bring it back to you in June. Yes, so that's what I'm going to cover today. Process to date, current framework, our principles. I'll actually also talk to you a little bit about operational improvements that we're making to make sure that delegations are well embedded throughout the organisation and followed. So yes, the process to date started in June 2024. It's been a bit of a substantive process, obviously distinguishing between financial delegations and non-financial delegations. The financial delegations being resolved in 2024. And then followed by the non-financial delegations in 2025, and then the Chief Executive sub-delegations in February, and you'll remember in April we identified the issue with the RMA sub-delegations and brought that back to you because that had to be a direct sub-delegation to the officers from the council. So turning to our current framework for financial delegations, so up there is just a summary. So if you're looking for it in your paper, it's essentially attachment A. I've tried to make it really clear for you the key levels. You'll notice there that the delegation description there, I've simplified that a bit there. In the actual delegation itself, the description is a bit longer. That's something that we're actually going to be, from an operational perspective, looking to improve because we think that the wording of the description of delegations can be clearer. That will help you as councillors to make sure you're satisfied with what has been delegated and also improve the way in which they're used by staff so that they're really clear about what they're actually delegated to do. You'll see the differing levels there. The Chief Executive with CapEx and OpEx versus ELT, CapEx and OpEx, and the differing delegation levels based on the different departments, and that's obviously based on the types of decisions being made in those particular areas. Another thing that I'll note here is obviously that's just the description of the delegation, but all these delegations are subject to conditions. And a key thing I want to talk about here is that for the first two lines there, it must be within approved budgets from annual plan, LTP and activity management plans. And noting there that costs outside of budget, that's only with the Chief Executive, it's 10%. Also subject to a condition of reallocation from other budgets. So it's not like it's unbudgeted spend, it is reallocated for appropriately where there's budget available. So that's the key financial ones there. There's also some other levels for financial delegations in relation to specific things here: consultancy, donations, leases, prosecutions, staffing, training and travel. And those levels have been set quite specifically based on, obviously, the type of delegation there. A key part of the establishment of the financial delegations was benchmarking with other councils. So I have a slide here, and this is in the paper too, talking about how we looked at other similar councils, and we're somewhere bang in the middle. Obviously, the most similar one to us is Queenstown Lakes District Council, and we're quite similar there. So turning now to non-financial delegations. The way in which the non-financial delegations has been carried out is that there's a delegation to the Chief Executive, and then the Chief Executive then sub-delegates to appropriate officers. You will see from attachment D to the briefing paper that the non-financial delegations are complex, and that's because there are a number of operational decisions that are made throughout the organisation on the daily, and right from the chief executive right down to team members with specific roles. And obviously the asterisk there is that sub-delegations for RMA, which we brought to you in April. Oh, not sure what happened there. Sorry, that jumped ahead. Talking now generally about delegation principles. So if we were to change the delegation settings, there's things for the council to consider when balancing it. So obviously if there's lower delegation thresholds, both in terms of financial and non-financial delegations, then there would be greater governance oversight from the council, there would be more checks and balances, and obviously you as councillors are democratically accountable. On the other side, if you have high delegation thresholds, that means you get faster delivery. There's less administration overload, and by that I mean literally papers coming to this council for decisions to be made. Also, papers coming to the council means more resource required from staff to actually prepare those papers. And also, when you have a high delegation threshold, you've got that clearer role separation, so where there are operational activities, making sure that they're carried out by the appropriate officer as opposed to the council. I also want to draw your attention to the distinction between your delegation settings and oversight. There's plenty of ways that we can provide oversight to this council without changing the delegation setting. And by that I mean reporting and information to you without actually impeding or lowering or changing the delegation settings. So that can be done in a number of ways. We can do performance reporting, so making sure that those areas where you want closer governance oversight, that we're setting out reports for you that give you the information that you need. That could be done through council briefings, it could be done through information reports, can be done through your Finance and Performance Committee, Audit and Risk, or it can be done through portfolios. Obviously that's a new way that we've established of making sure that information is passed through to you. So that's that second point there. Ensuring that you have targeted visibility where there's genuine governance risk. So as with your delegation settings, if you're changing the oversight settings and more reporting, there are resourcing implications to that. So if you're requiring, 20 different reports, that we actually will require more meeting time and will require more resource from staff to meet those reporting requirements. Okay, so and briefly touching on operational improvements, this is around ensuring that you as councillors are satisfied that the way in which we are implementing our delegations is satisfactory. So you will have seen that we've got a delegations platform, it's called Loco Delegations, it's used by a number of councils, and on there there's clear guidance for staff who can go in and look at whether they do have the ability to make a decision under that relevant delegation. As I indicated earlier, we're going to improve some of the wording of the description of the delegations. I think through the delegations process we were we're gathering together all of the delegations and we think that there's some more consistency and clarity that we can have in the wording, so we intend to do that and we'll bring that to you in June. Also, we think that there's more staff training that we can do, and that's about embedding a really good culture around staff, making sure that they have that, the relevant delegation or the applicable delegation. We've also got an excellent legal team who provide advice to people who have, non-biased of course, to staff when they're unsure about whether they have a delegation or not. And those queries do come through to the legal team. We also want to improve the process in which delegate changes occur, and by that I mean if responsibility gets transferred between different staff members, making sure there's a clear process by which Steve gives effect to that change. But this is for non-financial delegations. And then if there's a role is disestablished or roles are changed, making sure that that's really clear. And finally, the financial controls, so making sure that the financial delegation levels are well embedded into the MAGIC system. And so those are all things that we're looking at. Yes. So that's a quick whistle-stop tour through delegation's current framework, the principles, and we're keen to hear your direction for 10th of June.
Cool. I could probably start with a few things in here, and I think reading all of it, and I don't want to speak for everyone around the table because I'm sure that you will all give us your input, but what I have heard over the past few months is that I think that I'm comfortable if we actually have, and I think your wording in here, Sophie, was a modest recalibration of what those financial delegations look like. No news to you that my view is to remove the donation and sponsorship one straight away. I see it as unnecessary, and if it's there, then we must be rating for it, and I don't think that we need that. We have community funding, which I think is appropriate. The thing that flags with me is, I think what matters just as much is that the numbers aren't necessarily the only challenge. I think it's about the reporting and what comes to us, and actually and having visibility of decisions that carry governance risk. And I think that's the way that I look at delegations, of making sure that anything that is of a governance risk is actually coming straight here to us, to this table. And I think, there's quite a clear distinction between that. I think that the delegation settings and the oversight, that's the really important part in my view, after that recalibration. And I think that's what I have heard over the past few months. And I have kind of listed off a few things that, for me, I think it's about exception reporting, and some of the ones around anything that is unplanned financial impact. So anything that is outside of budget, it would be good to have the oversight of that, because ultimately that will be into our financial statements, and it's almost like an early heads up for us. I have material change to agreed delivery, and so this is the other important thing, remembering that we approve the annual plan, which is effectively approving staff to go on and get on with the job within their delegation. So it's not saying that because staff have these delegations that it is just a free-for-all. We have to approve the budget first and the annual plan. The other ones that I've got there is anything that is of significant community or landowner impact, and I think that's especially where expectations have been signalled publicly. I think that's something that I would like to see here, and it's any precedent-setting decision. So it's anything that actually leads us into a decision. So it's making sure that we are across that right from the start. So if there's a decision that has been made that is ultimately going to force our hand at council table, and so not having that happen to us, I think, is really important for us as a governance group, but also for our community. So we are making the decisions. It's not procedural in that space. And the other one, I've got anything that is reputational or political sensitivity. So anything that is likely to attract attention is flagged with us. I also think whether there is uncertainty about whether something should come here or not, I think the expectation is that it should escalate here rather than rely on a delegation. And so I think that's us working in good faith with our chief executive and with our executive directors. And I know we've had conversation that might actually sit at portfolio space as well. So some of that stuff might be flagged early, of going, actually, this is something that needs to be escalated to full council for something. And I think that's the good faith in working together space. I think I am conscious of whatever we ask for has extra workload. And so it's toying with the, we hear we want staff to be efficient, but we also want you to go and do this work. And so, sit in that hard space of making sure that we're efficient with our time, but we are still getting what we need in here. So I am really conscious of that too. So I think for me, the question isn't how much we see, it's actually whether we're seeing the right things at the right time. And I do recognise that, you know, those portfolios might be a good place to start that. But that's a start from me, I think. I'm not sure what's going on with your mics here. No. Oh, there you go. I just have to turn them on.
Weird. Thank you, Lydia. Same tree, different branch, I'd like to say. I support what you said about the option of community grants funding. I don't really think that's shouldn't really be included in the scope for the CE personally. And thank you, Sophie. I concur. We've got a great legal team. And it was very unbiased of you to bring that up. At this stage, we don't know who our CE could be. We've got a lovely interim. But with this in mind, I'd like to propose that the delegated financial authority for the CE be halved and that the executive director also be halved. We're currently under review of delegations for another matter, and I'd be comfortable with reviewing this again 12 months once we've appointed our new CE and gone through our long-term plan. I'm happy with more meetings. If it helps aid the direction of this council to become more aligned with realistic delivery, I will raise somebody else's socks, some other council's kids, but in a manner that this council's happy with and that I'm comfortable with. So yeah, I suggest that we reduce the delegated financial authority of these payments and review them again once the long-term plan has been decided. At this stage, I do not support the current DFA, not for any question of trust, but more for the point of that the current long-term plan is not fit for purpose, not achievable, or to be quite frank, even realistic. The budgets and our ratepayers can't shoulder the financial burden of what's proposed in that document as it sits currently. So I think the long-term plan, once we've redone it, we can then come back and then have a look at delegated financial authority from then on. But until then, I think we need to be rather careful.
Look, I think, and look, that's where, like I talk about that modest recalibration, it's that step that down. You'll also, if we're looking at remuneration for our chief executive, it is financial delegations sit within that as well. So that's strategic pay, the grading of the job. And so that's just something else that weighs in my mind of what we have with our delegations too. But I think
so if we change delegations, it would change the CE's remuneration.
Could do, yeah. So it's the pay, strategic pay, the pay scale, the grading of the job. It does. But I think that I'll be clear, it doesn't change our interim CEs because that is a signed deal. Yeah, but when we are working through a slightly different process with remuneration bands and what that looks like around next appointments, it is something that does weigh on to pay grading.
Well, perhaps that would be a great presentation to show us the differences in those and if it would deter somebody if we were to change DFA.
So this is a little off topic and I can talk to you about it after.
We can have a long yarn after today.
And look, I hear what you're saying, but I think, you know, when you're talking about annual plans and long-term plans, actually the approval sits with us on those. And are we comfortable with what is in there? And are we really wanting to then approve things for a second time? Because we approve the annual plan, which approves the budget and the work plan. It has activity management plans that sit there, so the tasks and the things that staff are tasked to do sit within that. And then are we looking for decisions to then come back for us to ratify that for a second time? Or are we looking for anything that is different to what we have agreed on coming back to us?
I totally get that, but also we didn't decide on that long-term plan. And that's why I'm saying in the interim, until, not interim, Steve interim, but until we actually finalise our baby of a long-term plan, then we can review it again.
I'll go to Steve.
Yeah, I think I understand the direction you're asking us, and I think this actually forms part of our advice to you in the report back in June. We can give you some scenarios where if you did propose to drop this would actually affect your annual plan that you're in the process of setting now with the community, because that's actually the budget that you're setting for us for the next 12 months. We can give you a consequence in those areas. If we halved the numbers that were on one of the earlier screens, we can tell you essentially what that would mean in terms of the estimated number of reports that would come back to this council for a decision, to Lydia's point, on things you've already made a decision on in terms of you want this work to go ahead. We can give you that sense, and then council as a whole can make that decision as to whether that's a delegation and that's an impact and consequence you want. We will probably also have to tell you that in order to do that, there will be some other things that we have to change in terms of the way we produce reports and the resourcing that goes into it. But I think we can take on board the direction you're giving us to give. That's a scenario we can bring back, which is a halving.
Just to clarify, though, our annual plan's only just come back in from consultation, so technically it's still in draft.
Correct.
So we haven't agreed to anything yet.
No, and you get to agree that by the end of June, and around the same times the delegations can be set. If June for us, we could push this out to July in order for you to decide the annual plan, and then we do the delegations in July. That could be another option you want us to proceed with, and so you've decided this, then we bring the delegations back afterwards. I think the team were trying to line this up with the appointment process for the new CE, so the delegations were set and done for them to be in this seat. Again, happy to take the direction from the council.
Cool. Aaron.
Thanks. I think that it would be good to have some sort of simple reporting coming back to council. Exactly what that looks like, I don't know, but it's got to be balancing workload and practicalities. And it's not to check every single thing that gets done, but it's to give us some level of oversight of what's going on behind the scenes, if you like. Lydia, you went through a great long list of things which I all completely agreed with. Donations and scholarships, I was quite surprised when that was on the list, and it could be, if I'm remembering right, could be up to 250k, and I thought, what are we doing donations and sponsorships for at all? But that level is quite staggering. Another one is prosecutions and court settlements, because that's probably not something that's going to be budgeted for. It's going to be something that this council would want to know about. Obviously, procedurally, in terms of signing on the dotted line to make the settlement payment or whatever, that needs to sit with Steve or the appropriate manager. But I think we need to have, whether it's some sort of operating principle, you talked about reputational risk or something along those lines, that whilst you're delegated to do it, it's behooving upon you for some of those things to give a heads up to council so that they're not blindsided when it appears in the paper. And I always think back to the Matatu sponsorship, which suddenly popped up and the last council was blindsided, and whether you thought it was a good idea or not, the fact was councils were asked the question and they didn't know and they looked a bit stupid. And that was spending public money, and the council should know. So I think it's finding that right level of balance that we're all appropriately informed ahead of the game sort of thing. A little bit of, that we're keeping an eye on it, so that keeps you honest, not to suggest that you're dishonest, but the turn of phrase, and just gives us a collective level of comfort.
Can I just make 2 points here in relation to the donations and sponsorships? So we'll definitely bring that back as an option for this council to reconsider. In terms of the prosecutions and settlement, so through the Audit and Risk Committee, we do report on claims, and so that's essentially what materialises into a settlement, and where we think that that's a possibility, we would indicate that through Audit and Risk, and obviously in a PX setting if it was an active court case. So I guess in terms of reporting on that, we'd be really keen to hear feedback on how we can improve that if that's not enough. So maybe something that we could do is map the the delegations to where, if there is any current reporting, where that actually sits, so that you can hone in on each one and identify where you would like to see that reporting come, and if you need it improved, what you would like that to be.
Thank you.
Tracy.
I think it is about trust. I think that's exactly what delegations are about. They are about entrusting decisions with the money. And I will acknowledge that from my perspective in the last few months, particularly post-Christmas, the level of trust I have in what's going on in here has risen. But that still needs reinforcing, and particularly around money. So I concur with Samuel that there's another piece of work that's going on here, that we need to see the reporting back from that, or I need to see the reporting back from that before I feel comfortable making a decision about this, because that will also inform. I think it's also important because of perception. The perception out in our community from some is, what are we doing with the money and who's deciding stuff and all of that stuff. And the only way we're going to build the trust and lower the number of people saying what those things is by our actions, both as governance and operations. I also understand that we deal with multi-million-dollar projects, and we don't want to stuff up our relationships with the people who are delivering projects for us by delaying payments and all that kind of stuff, because that will inevitably flow through to who wants to tender next time, what reputation we have around that stuff. So there is a whole balancing act going on here. I am somewhat taken aback, and it could just be I've never worked in an organisation this big. Not that I work in this one, of course I don't. I'm governance, and that's different. Is how many people, like at the 30,000 level here, I think there's like 20 people, with a delegation of 30,000, and I'm kind of going, I know that it's quite a big organisation, but it just feels like the further down you go, the more and more people you've got making decisions about money. And if there isn't an inherent risk in that the more people you have making decisions about money, the more likelihood you have of a not great decision being made, or it not being picked up, and so on. And so I just wonder if there couldn't be some kind of more movement up the tree a little bit, and what are the implications of that from a management executive time perspective, as well as how the things will work. If we actually had fewer of the lower end, or it may be fewer in the middle, I don't know, because I don't know the minutiae of daily operations here. But that would just be one that I would be interested in getting some more information around. But I absolutely understand and accept the need to delegate. Otherwise, we are not allowing you, our staff, to do your jobs, and inevitably that will end up with us not being able to achieve what we were directing. So, balance, babies.
Nice. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I think everybody's spoken really well so far and brought different things to the table, and I concur with all of them. Excuse this. I'm just going to go through my slides, so I'll be a little bit slow. In 4.2, you say that Council's primary tool for decision making is annual and long-term planning, and it would be unusual for Council to retain decision-making power over routine steps to implement that approved work program. Now, I understand that in the context of, on the basis of what Tracy was saying, which we've got to keep the operational flowing. However, there isn't a level of oversight that we should have as governance, and I think there's been a lot of discussion around just bringing us back reporting, and I've written down some of those ways. We've said briefings, portfolios, that sort of thing. But the problem with that is that we're not necessarily feeding back into the decision or the implementation process, probably necessarily in some of the ways that we need to. And it might not be that we have the same oversight over every aspect of operational, but certainly levels of service, we should. That's primarily where we should be really looking at that. And I think that's something that maybe we could consider carving off and ensuring that we potentially have a little bit more feedback through the implementation process.
So levels of service certainly is something that staff have no ability to change. That is set in the long-term plan, and that's actually something that triggers a special consultative process. So that's what is set in the long-term plan every year. So staff cannot make decisions that are inconsistent with a level of service.
But unfortunately, that's levels of service that includes things like the reserves and the camping grounds. So we're currently in my area, we've got an incident where the staff have made a decision. It hasn't come in front of council. Councillors are finding out about this on a Facebook page and by constituents phoning and emailing us. That's a level of service in which we haven't been aware of.
Yeah, no, it's in terms of it's an operational decision. We're just relocating one type of use to another type of use that's more cost effective for the community. But I take your point though. I think, and to Sophie's point, we can't change levels of service, and that is not a level of service change.
Okay, so I guess again coming back to that no surprises principle. How then can we ensure that we've got a system set up? Because everything that we're fundamentally working through at the moment is systems, right? So how have we got procedurally, have we got the systems in place so that we are ensuring that the councillors are across these things?
Would you like me to address that? So I guess the first point, pointing out there around what is routine, that's essentially the delegation settings. So the thresholds that you want to set there, that's over to you what you want to decide, and we can come back to you with the advice around what the implications are of lowering those settings. In terms of the systems, you're absolutely right. Those systems are where the governance level changes can be made. So obviously we do the audit and risk reporting. Getting really set with your risk policy, your risk framework to make sure you're happy with those settings and the risk reporting. So we can tell you we think that there is a risk in relation to this particular issue, so that there's no surprises. So those settings are where the governance oversight is really powerful.
Yes, and I think you might have been away when Rob Steele did his update on our performance reporting. I think you might have missed that one in your own well. But that was looking at reporting on the levels of service and how we've achieved them, and there was a whole big hunk of it that showed you the pages and pages of the levels of service. So we are, excuse me, I seem to have lost my voice. But we are refining that, and that will be coming back to you in much more detail over the next wee while as well. That's just something we're already doing. So that should help you focus on the levels of service that you guys set through your governance decisions, and are we meeting them?
Super. And I mean, if that means in a slightly softer kind of nature, that if there's something that's pertaining to Melvin Ward or whatever, then the staff would have that conversation with those councillors or those involved in that area to give them the heads up on when there is things that are specific to the area. I'm not sure how that fits into the delegation policy, but I'm going to squeeze it in there somehow.
Might just be a good way of behaving.
Might be. So just having read through this workload, I just wondered whether there wouldn't be an opportunity to bring someone like Mike Reid from LGNZ and workshop with us, what best practice looks like, because for us, there's a huge effect for reputational damage, and Tracy talked a lot about trust. There is a lot of trust building we need to do with our community, and one of the big problems we have is there is a divide, and this is where the divide is, the divide between governance and operational, and feeling like we're more of a condensed unit and we're working together in the same direction would help to build trust, not just internally but externally as well. And so if we have that idea of what that best practice model looks like between governance and operational from an outside perspective could be quite helpful, and I think workshopping that would help us to clarify what it is that we're looking for. Right, next page. Sorry. 49. Yep, I think we've talked about the donations. I just wanted to ask, could we possibly have some background information on the donations to who and the sponsorships to who, so we have an understanding of where that money was going to in the past, what it was initially set up for, and what the purpose of that was?
We had that, that was provided, I think that was last year, late last year before Christmas, because I'd asked that through the delegations and it hasn't been spent on anything but in this financial year. But if it's there, we're still rating for it.
Do we
And
know?
So it's actually just remove it.
Sure. Do we know what it was set up for? Do we have an indication of what the original purpose of that was? And just wondering in terms of the community funding, whether there's a gap there and that needs to be looked at.
Can I just make the comment that having it as a delegation doesn't make it a budget? You will make a budget decision as to whether you want budget put to that. All that would, if you decided to have a budget for that, this would allow the CE to spend it, but it doesn't give him a budget to spend it. So they're two slightly different things.
Okay.
The delegations are the maximum that can happen. They're not automatic and they're not about budget.
But I guess, again, understanding if we're taking it out or leaving it in, what does it really mean? Because it has no meaning to me at the moment.
So
Buying lotto tickets.
So that's why we just take it out.
Yeah, so we'll bring these options back to you with implications of if you were to remove.
Yeah.
And simply, if you took it out, we'd come to you for a decision.
Sure. So it was really pleasing to hear that Audit and Risk will be receiving the updates on anything legal. I do think that for those of us that are not in the committee, we might not necessarily be privy to anything PX in those meetings if we're not attending. So it might be worthwhile. Well, we're all in that, aren't we?
Yeah, so
my bad.
just everybody has overview of the papers that go to Audit and Risk. You can also attend and sit in, even on PX papers. So there is the oversight. Yeah, we regularly have.
There is,
councillors
yeah.
attending.
Just going to say an update if that is in the paper. So if we're not attending in person and there is that PX paper on something, then all councillors are made aware so that they might want to attend on that particular day.
So we do that, every quarter in the legal and compliance report. There's always a
It's a
public
standing
report
paper.
and a PX report in relation to legal and compliance, and so that's where we talk about the claims. We literally have a number of claims that we report on, and then ones that have particular risk, we give more detail about that.
And the CE's always been kept aware of anything that's concern. We try and make him as nervous as us.
Yes.
as much.
Yes, to pass
and
it on.
I'm sure the CE would make decisions about whether to share that with councillors if it, outside of that cycle. I don't think we'd wait for 3 months to tell you.
No, I think.
But Steve's perfectly capable of speaking for himself.
I think there's also, we do really value the no surprises approach. We don't like having a situation where there is something surprising. I would say that sometimes there are issues that arise, in the media or that get picked up that are about something very minor. So sometimes we're not actually aware of a risk until it actually becomes big. So we don't like that happening, and we do like to report to you before it becomes a problem. Sometimes it's not always realistic, but we definitely do our best to make sure that there's no surprises.
Last question. Can I have some clarification? What does it mean by the term farming and community? That's, I think, page 52.
Sorry, I don't have the diligent page numbers. I'd have to, so is this in relation to
Attachment C.
leases and licenses?
It's
Oh,
under
so
staff
attachment C, yes, this is my summary of the non-financial delegation buckets. I call them buckets, but so under each of those buckets, there are specific delegations. So in there, I can, if you look in attachment D, and you go down to that subheading, it will tell you specifically what staff are able to do. And so I imagine it will be granting of leases and licenses, but they'll be very specific. There will be conditions attached to those. So this is where the devil's in the detail to establish these non-financial delegations. We've worked we worked through them all with the particular staff who do
An
that.
example of that might be the lease of a gravel reserve to a farming operation, so that they can have that in their
Okay.
farming operating model.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, actually, maybe this is a good point to just clarify and note is that non-financial delegations, where there is a financial element, that's also subject to the financial delegation restrictions. So if it was a lease that was higher than that delegate's financial responsibilities, like it was worth more than that, then it would have to go up a level. So, for example, instead of Rob Allen, it would go up to Alison. So sometimes both financial and non-financial apply.
So, I mean, recently, just some good examples is we've had the leases come back to us and we've signed them off in council, and that's really helpful for us, so we know what we've got out there, but also because our community are coming to us sometimes for parcels of lands for things like bike tracks and stuff. So this is, again, the kind of nice marriage when we get it right, and the council has some oversight of some of the things that maybe are already delegated out to staff. We have a deeper opportunity to explore sometimes different options for different things than than the staff just doing the usual turnover. I haven't got it down here, but I'll just try and remember. So at the beginning, you've put up the other councils for benchmarking. Thank you for putting that in. I appreciate it, and I do support Samuel. And I'm surprised, but not surprised, due to the previous timing, but about the fact that our delegations are substantially higher than WIMAX, and that's where I do support for a period of time us reducing that just to bring it back, because I feel like the new council was trying to build a new culture here and have more oversight, and I think it would give us this opportunity just to build that. We're basically building the plane from scratch again in many ways, that chance to be on the ground a little bit more. And so it might not, as I said before, it might not be for everything, but it just might be for some areas and some aspects that are pertinent to us. You know, again, agree with his points around about what that looks like feeding into the long-term plan decisions. But to Lydia's point, where she said that affects the budgets set for the CE, incoming CE, etc., etc. I imagine, though, we still determine the pay of the CE. That only gives us a baseline to go by, but still we get to determine what that pay is, and so we're not going to be held to a pay grade because we change the delegations, are we?
That one's for me, and so that sits with strategic pay and your points that your job sizing is, and so that's a piece of work. So we've done that through CE committee, and that's a piece of work that is happening at the moment through the Chief Executive Committee, and we'll come back there, and it is similar to what we've had presented to us as well, which gives us the bandwidths and the so it doesn't determine that, but it does determine the size of the job. If that makes sense. And like I said to Sam, I'm happy to take
the size of the job. Sorry.
So the grading of the job when you do strategic pay, and I think this is a conversation that is outside of this briefing paper. So like I said to Sam, I'm happy to take this offline and have a conversation with you about it.
Yep.
Thanks. Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just reiterating around the table, in terms of trying to achieve balance, this is one of those sticky ones, you know, the balance between governance oversight and the ability to, our ability to give our team a clear mandate with the support that they need to effectively achieve that is a really important one for us. I don't necessarily support reducing delegations, but I certainly support ensuring that we've got a really robust culture, I guess, around our delegations right through the organisation, that everybody who has a delegation understands the seriousness of that. You know, it is not a right, it's a privilege for them to be spending ratepayer money. And so regardless of whether that's a 5,000, a 50 or a 500,000 delegation, they should be not fearful of that, but they should be justifying it and have confidence in the process that sits behind that. And I think that that's certainly what we need to be working towards. It needs to be well aligned, obviously, with our planning and budgeting. It needs to have that no surprises mandate, and certainly an agreement, Lydia, that where there is community interest and landowner impact, that they feel that they can then elevate whatever it is, the decision that they're making, so that we are aware of that and can talk to our community about it. I agree in that this is a lot about trust. It's a lot about trust, and it's a lot about empowerment, and it is trusting that everybody knows the seriousness of their delegation. And I think that in terms of process, if we can be confident in the LTP process, we should have consulted with our community and be in agreement with our community, and our community should be on board with our commitments, and so therefore the ability to deliver on that should flow fairly naturally, and I think that our delegations need to allow for that to happen, but certainly with really robust reporting and accountabilities sitting behind it. So I think this is going in a really good direction for our business. Thank you.
Denise. You talked about using an online delegation program. Were you using that previously?
So this was implemented as part of the delegations review. So previously there was decentralised delegations, and they were all brought together, put into the online software, and that's how staff then go in and see if they've got the ability to make a decision or not. So it's like a register.
Yeah. Oh, is that being used now?
Yes.
Okay. So are we happy that we won't be repeating errors in process from previously?
So that was the purpose of the review, was we can't actually speak to what errors there were. In fact, that was probably before I even so we are confident that these improvements will help to avoid errors. So I don't want to say that things will never come up, but we're doing everything we can to make sure operationally that delegations are embedded throughout the organisation. And so by that I mean literally training the staff, making sure that they're working for staff when they're actually making their decisions.
Thank you. I just wanted to support Samuel and Elizabeth. I think it's fair, I suppose, given the history that we've come into, that as councillors we probably are overly cautious, and we do need the public perception to be improved. So, but thank you. Looks like great work.
Thanks, Denise. Bruce.
This has been great. I came in here with a perception and have changed it. No, all good. On a positive, thank you. I'll start with the delegations. So, Sophie, you mentioned that if we have higher delegations, then there's less reporting, less work to be done in the way of that. So effectively that could free up some labour. Delegation setting, if it's not changed, then to give more assurance to the team, there would need to be more reporting and there'd be no more admin. So if we don't change it, we continue with the amount, and I'm talking about where we are potentially with overburdening ELT, etc. So I reiterate and just confirm for my next is that, yep, absolutely, we are looking for more oversight and more transparency, and we are talking about previous cultures, but I am kind of leaning towards higher delegation values potentially, but lifting it. When I look at how it's disseminated through and the numbers, a lot of it I would look at as, you know, standard job descriptions, and I appreciate that you've had to put these delegations down so there's accountability. Sub-delegations, and I go through pulling out one in particular that on page 74, deem land drainage tailings as a safety hazard. It's a delegation. I'd love to see what that actually takes to do what land drainage tailings, some gravel out of the end, how that becomes a safety hazard. Obviously it's come out on a road somewhere at some stage, which would just be somebody's job to go and clean it up potentially. So the systems to do this, and I'm seeing that's delegations, and it's got potential, you know, it's non. So I go back to, have we almost overcooked this? And then I go back to trust. So I'm looking at this. If we allow the processes, I'll talk to the table, processes and procedures that allow the business to do its job and flow, that would, you know, more about the systems, processes and procedures, and that's what we're all talking about to gain the trust, then we could lift more of the delegations to get on with the job, and then have the confidence that the CE and his or her staff know what we need to be reported on, which would be the things like, you know, what we talked about honing in on, more of the issues where we can govern instead of getting buried down in the detail, right? So to wrap that up, go back into a little bit of detail, and that is, I see that there's a variations for the CE up to 500K. Now, I don't potentially have a problem with that, but if there was 10 projects going or 20 projects going, we could be $10 million in the hole and not know about it. So that's where we're talking about the trust. And, you know, 250K for a legal, 4 of them are $1 million and we don't even know. So I would just be imploring to the top table that, you know, if that's coming back to us without us dredging it up and finding it or hearing it from the community or whatever, that puts the trust back into the where we're at. And then I would be feeling, huh? I'm saying if we...
I might just let Steve, is that okay?
No, yeah. Sure, a good point.
I think it's a really good point, because I think we're talking about delegations, which is staff decision making, and what you're asking for is awareness. And the interim and the new chief executive, you'll be setting KPIs, and you've talked about no surprises and awareness. And I think KPIs and delegations are two different things, but they do work hand in hand. And a no surprises approach on delegated matters where there's some interest, and you know, I think the mayor's rattled off a list of about 7 or 8 items, that almost becomes not a delegation issue, it becomes a KPI issue, that you can exercise your judgment and you can make decisions on these things because you've set your budget. However, if things fall in this territory, our expectation is you brief us on this before it hits the front page. Could be one KPI. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you. That's kind of consolidating. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing him to speak. And that's where I'm getting to. I think what I'm saying is that I'm changing my perception. It's not about... It's the responsibility of the LT and CE to bring that to us. That is your job, and our job is to judge on it, and ours is to let you do your job. We should be judging on what matters for this business, and what we're talking about is potentially there was issues in the past that might not have been brought to the table. Not our problem. Look, how we manage this going forward is the question here. Last one is DCs. So I see the delegation for DCs is through the place. The only tightening that I would like to see is that the CE signs off all DC delegations and values put through, where I know that that's set previously with strategic engagement and capability, not saying that it can't work with that, but you know that is a significant revenue stream for council, and those delegations I see are sub-delegated and there are disseminated probably too widely for something that is what I would consider critical.
If I
Thank
can,
you. There, I have no further questions.
well, if I can address your question, where you were talking a little bit there about have we overcooked this, and actually that goes to what I was talking about around operational improvements. We think that there is definitely some clarity improvements that can be made. Things like the land drainage one, I expect that even might be a regulatory one to be deeming it a safety hazard. I have to look at the relevant legislation. Sorry, I'm looking at the people behind you. But I think we probably have some non-financial delegations where actually it's not necessary. It's actually a legislative delegation. So we need to improve those so that we aren't overcooking it, that we have a smaller list of delegations as possible, bearing in mind that we do have many hundreds of decisions being made all of the time. The other thing is clarity around policy. That's something that we are working on and reporting through ARC, is improving our policies. We have a lot of policies that haven't been reviewed. I think we've got 6 or 7 on water races, so we're going to combine those, simplify them, so that then you can see what policies apply to the land tailings and you can have that governance oversight there. So we do have a bit of a way to go in terms of simplifying and clarifying, but we're working on it.
Thanks. Sophie.
Yeah. Thank you very much, team. It's always an interesting discussion. I guess my perspective is that delegations is one part of this massive toolbox, right? We've got plans, strategies, we've got policies, bylaws, everything is under rotational review, and most of them are set after public consultation. So one way or another, there are a lot of voices that come in here trying to get the settings right in a wider context that is constantly changing, hence the review. And I have sat around this table like 5 years ago where we used to get heaps of reports for information, and you'd sit there and spend almost an entire Wednesday just receiving information on stuff that was like, why are we hearing this? Because it's taking people's time out of their day to produce a report to tell us that everything's fine, when actually what we needed was the exceptions reporting, all the things that need to be communicated, rather than having somebody try to justify their existence. So if we get all of the toolbox right, people can focus on their jobs, do it efficiently, effectively, and that includes us doing the whole sort of noses in, fingers out, oversight, rather than. We're always in the public eye, so we are going to stray a wee bit. Sorry, guys, that's part of what the job is. But if we can keep ourselves out of ops, that would be helpful for everybody, probably. But yeah, on this round here, I do support a report that has some information around delegations with our neighbours, like just to see how it goes, because it is interesting how different it is, really. But that said, if it's a time-consuming exercise, personally, I'd rather have more, less information and get the decision sorted before we recruit a new CE, personally. But it did spark another question, which is if we went with Samuel's suggestion of halving everybody's delegations, does that have implications for white other staff as well? If there are other negotiations and remuneration coming up?
We'll have to look into that. I don't believe so, but we'll make that part of our advice when we come back to you. Are there any other consequences of the cascading effect of dropping everyone down?
Yeah, not just in terms of
or
reporting and decisions.
lifting everyone up to a degree as well.
Yeah, cool, thank you. I did have a question around the donations and sponsorship part, just because there is, and I think it's under economic development, things like the branding, Selwyn from the land and all that. Does that sit under that sponsorship as a delegation, or is it a separate budget somewhere? Like, how does that work in this context?
I'm happy to go to Denise.
Can I just ask for clarification around what are you referring to in terms of?
There was a donations and sponsorship as a delegation has been mentioned a couple of times.
Yes,
It's not- and I was just wondering because there was also a mention that it hasn't been used in the last financial year, but I know that I have seen this branding somewhere. So is that not a sponsorship?
It was a
or is that something
project,
else?
so
It's
it
a
wasn't.
project.
It didn't take the form of sponsorship. So there was in the budget for economic development team, there is a budget associated with those costs. So
Okay.
it's not
It doesn't-
described as sponsorship. It's a project within the economic development budget.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And the only other comment I have was reading through the many pages of delegations. I happened to notice that there was a reference to the Urban Development and Transport Committee of the Whole, which does not exist. In fact, I'm not sure if one has ever existed. So then I went looking to see if there were any other committees, and there was one about a dog control subcommittee, and I'm not sure whether that's a hearings panel or something else. Just wondering if there are a couple of little artefacts there that...
Yes, very potentially there are some artefacts. So this is what I mean about clarity of wording. There's probably some in there that we don't use or exercise anymore.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool. And that's me. Thank you.
I think that leads into something that when I was reading through the many delegations, is what is the process when a staff member leaves? And I know that there are staff members' names on there that don't work here any longer. And so I guess that's just a follow up and part of that tidy up space around the process of that.
Absolutely. So this is why we tried to delegate to roles rather than individuals. Where there are individuals' names, usually that's because they're warranted officers and so they need to be issued a warrant. Obviously, if they leave council, then their warrant is no longer valid. But I suspect that there are some non-financial delegations and there are two specific people that actually aren't necessary. And so those are ones that we would want to change back to roles. So to do that, because non-financial delegations, we would go back to Steve and get him to change that to a role rather than a person.
Could I add, having been involved in a lot of these over a lot of years, this is a never-ending battle. It's never done and dusted. It's never finished. It's a constant living document. We are always reviewing delegations. We get really able young lawyers and drive them mad with them. But just keeping on top of it. It's just one of those things. I think what we're trying to do, and you'll see a lot of the work that Sophie and the team are doing, is getting better processes in place to make this all easier and more transparent in a whole lot of areas that we're trying to work with to raise our game, take a lot of the ad hocness out of it so that we have better and more consistent and reliable and robust systems. And look, this is just another one. We'll just keep working our way at it until we drive another lawyer over the edge.
Yeah, look, and I recognise, it was a bit over 3 years ago when I was first elected to council, and we did have those 4 information reports, and you sort of wondered what the point of them was because there was nothing really, and actually. Do we need to be diving into that? So I recognise that side of it as well, and being part of this clean up, and it's taken a big step forward to what it was. So I guess it's the refinement space now, which is great. Big Red.
I'd sort of jump in before we went into round 2. Thanks, Reece, for what you said. I mean, you obviously work in an industry where there's got to be $1 spent every now and then. If every time someone needs to buy a bag of cement, they've got to come and approach you about it. It just holds it up. Same with me. Like the day I shifted it, and I've spoken about it in here before, from 500 to $5,000 for one of our administrators, sped up the process. Shit happened. Things flowed on quicker. Okay, yeah, right. So I'm dealing with a situation at the moment, and we'll use the pronouns for this one here, they, them. So this particular homeowner has approached me about a scenario where a contractor was laying asphalt out in front of they, them's house and asked to borrow the water. They thought that they were going to be borrowing the water to make a cup of tea. That was sort of the question she got. this person got asked, and then goes out onto the road, and the road's just covered with water everywhere. So I put this proposal, I thought about this, I thought, do I open my wallet up and go, hey love, here's $50 and make it go away? Or do I put the proposal through the chain of command and go, hey team, this is what we're dealing with? So I just want to know, this is what's happening. I'm talking to the table here. So I put it through to Steve. Steve then gets on to David Spriggs, and then David Spriggs then talks to the contractor, and then we're coming back through to try and navigate it. The reason you don't do $50 like that there is because then the neighbour comes and wants $50 as well. So that's why we put it through the process. But when we're talking $3 million here, you know, and this is the process around getting $50, I just want the table to be rest assured that we've probably got, you know, some pretty good systems in place. Yes, I think that was about it. So thanks, Steve.
Thanks for the story, Big Red.
Just don't go, yeah, no.
It's really unfair to follow that.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I can see from all the jaws that are dropped around the room, everybody's recomposing themselves. There are not a lot of businesses that have customers who don't choose them. Our customers do not choose us. They have to use us. So I'm always a bit weary when people use business analogies, and that wasn't actually intended for you, that was an earlier comment, but thank you. Simply because we are in a really different environment. That doesn't mean we can't use the things that business can teach us within our organisation. But we have tensions outside, inside, all around that a lot of businesses don't have to face, frankly, and if they did, they would go bust, despite them thinking that if we were more like them, we wouldn't. My point, though, is a high trust model, which is what Reece is talking about. I completely support it. It has to have high accountability. And I feel like in the past, the perception of Selwyn District Council is that there's been high trust and low accountability. Now, whether that's real or not, I don't know, because that's in operations. But that would be my message following from Reece talking about increase them. I'm not sure I'm on board quite there yet, but I get the principle. But for me, I will support that when it's coupled with high accountability, and that high accountability is strongly acted on. Because there is more than one way to send a message about changing mindset. But we are talking about literally millions of dollars of people's money who had no choice but to give that to us. And I think that's quite different from a business context where you can choose between different businesses and stuff like that and bow out, and also the recourse you have if you have an issue. It's a different thing. So that's me, high trust, but it goes with high accountability.
Sam?
I think the question could probably be summarised as, would we be happy with the CE, any CE, spending $3 million on the direction that the former council and the former mayor set, without having to come to us. Also, regarding the donations and sponsorship of 150k not being spent in the last financial year, where'd the 65k for the Lincoln rugby field come from?
Our reserves fund.
Oh, it came from reserves fund. Well, to be fair, we're talking about 3 million here, yet there were members in our community that wanted to start a lynch mob regarding 65k. Just thought we'd keep that in mind.
I think this is the thing, right? We're going through our annual plan at the moment. We're setting the budget for next year. We are deciding this together with our community. And ultimately, like Sam, I mean, I agree with you of, pushing the lid down a little bit. And that modest recalibration, I think, is the best way to go in this space. But it's the workload that goes along with that as well. And it is also, we know that we are in a big resetting phase here at council. Look at the LTP workshops that we've been doing together alongside ELT to build that relationship so that ELT can actually understand us as well of how we would like to see delivery happen for this district. And so it is a bit of a journey and it doesn't happen overnight. But look, I agree. I think, I think you've had some pretty good feedback, Sophie and Michael, to be able to bring back to us. The list that I've rattled off, I can actually share with you properly rather than expect you to capture it in this format. But I think that there's been a lot that has been said from us around the table, and actually I don't think that we disagree too much on the way forward. And so I think that's the important part, is that the exception reporting, I think, is the key in this space to build that trust too.
We'll certainly bring you back options and the implications of each option so that this council can choose. We do plan to take it to the governance and law reform portfolio next week as well. So those councillors, we'll talk it through with them. In terms of timing, we had planned for the 10th of June, so we can talk with you further about whether we stick with that date or push that out.
Thank you. I see, Aaron, you've got your light on.
Yeah, just a final comment, I hope. There's sort of a catch-all phrase of there with an approved budget, and that's good and it allows things to happen. But then if you go to the 65k rugby donation, which sparked off a bit of public concern and stuff like that, in an environment where council should have been looking to save money, but because they'd saved money and it was within budget, they just reallocated it. You can't, I guess, put a rule book in place to catch that situation every time. But it goes to, like you saying, KPIs, and just a way that we do things around here is that our first thought is not where can I spend this money somewhere else, is this money somewhere that we can make a saving that we can put to the bottom line and work for our ratepayers. So it's sort of that, I don't know, intangible stuff that everybody's got to buy into that new way of working. So, and that trust that will be built from that.
Can I just make a comment about that? That money in a reserves fund can't be just reallocated back into the general budgets. Like it's quite reserves funds have got a whole set of rules around them in terms of what they can and can't be used on. I'm not trying to justify that particular decision, but you can't just not do that and suddenly put that back into the general fund and use for other things and reduce it. So I appreciate what you're saying, but life's unfortunately very rarely that simple.
And I wonder whether there's, again, clarification of wording. So within an approved budget for that purpose, so making sure that the reallocation of budgets, that's only for the 10%, that's for the chief executive. So making sure that the budget is for the purpose in which
that's right, but it's actually okay to come in under budget. You don't need to spend your budget.
I don't think it's treated as a target.
Cool, thank you. And I think if all else fails, it's the does it pass the front page test? You could apply to anything, and I think, yeah, we've got to find a good way to work forward together for all of us. So thank you, team. I look forward to the options that you bring forward to us, and I'll send you through some of my notes I've taken today in this. So that takes us to the end of our briefing today. So thank you very much for everyone for joining us. Lots of information and great day. Thank you.